Hey guys, tonight we are going to drift back into a land of mist and stone, medieval Scotland. Imagine grey castles rising above the glens, bagpipes echoing across the Highlands, and clans gathering under banners of blood and loyalty. It looks like legend, but the truth was far more brutal. Life here was hard. Clan feuds erupted over slights that lasted for generations. English armies marched north, leaving fire and ruin. The church watched closely, ready to bless, punish, or condemn. Hunger gnawed at the people, and plague could sweep through without warning. Here's the reality check. You probably wouldn't last a week. Between the cold, the hunger, and the constant violence, survival was never certain. And yet ordinary Scots endured stubborn and unyielding, carrying their lives forward against all odds. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy these sleepy journeys into history. And if you'd like to make me smile, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love to picture this map of listeners across the world. Now, let's drift together into medieval Scotland. Beautiful, terrifying, unforgettable. The mist rolls down from the Highlands, soft and heavy, wrapping the valley in its damp embrace. Through the shifting gray, you can just make out the glow of torches. A circle of figures has gathered on the hillside, their cloaks pulled tight against the cold, their tartan patterns catching the firelight. At the center sits the chief, broad-shouldered, his weathered face illuminated by the flames. Beside him rests a long claymore. More than just a weapon, it is a symbol of power, protection, and blood. Around him, the clan waits silent, watchful, bound together by ties stronger than any parchment law. This is the heart of medieval Scotland, the clan. It is family, it is army, it is law. Each person here, from the crofter who tends his meager patch of oats to the warrior who sharpens his blade, belongs to this living web of kinship. The chief is more than leader, he is judge, guardian, and warlord. His word can settle disputes, grant land, or send men to battle. In return, the clan offers him loyalty so deep that to break an oath is to lose everything, to be cast out into the wilderness, where survival is all but impossible. You can almost hear the bard's voice rising through the mist, chanting the names of ancestors long gone, reciting stories of battles fought and victories won. These words are more than entertainment. They are a reminder that each soul here belongs to a lineage stretching back generations. It is both a comfort and a weight To be part of the clan means you are never alone, but it also means your life is not fully your own. Your strength, your labor, your very future belong to the bloodline. Food and drink are shared in rough abundance. Coarse bannocks baked on stone slabs, mutton roasted over the open fire, weak ale brewed from oats. The feast is humble, but in a land of scarcity it feels rich enough. Laughter is here and there. Children chase one another in the shadows, and yet beneath the warmth of the gathering lies an undercurrent of tension. For every feast there is a feud, for every laugh a simmering grudge. Clans may celebrate together tonight, but tomorrow the spark of insult or rivalry could set the glen alight with bloodshed. Standing within the circle, you might feel the strange duality of this world. There is safety here, a deep sense of belonging that binds each heart together, and yet there is unease too. For every member of the clan knows that their loyalty is demanded, not optional. The protection of the chief comes with a price, and disobedience is met with exile or worse. As the torches burn lower and the last song fades into the night, families drift back to their scattered huts along the hillside. Smoke from turf fires curls into the sky, mixing with the lingering mist. The chief remains a silhouette in the dying firelight, a figure who embodies the weight of the entire clan. His power is unquestioned, his presence both shelter and shadow. And as the night deepens, you realize that to understand Scotland in these centuries, you must first understand the iron bond of the clan and the chief at its head. The figure of the chief was more than a man seated in the glow of firelight. He was the living embodiment of the clan itself, a presence that loomed over every hut, every patch of tilled earth, every child born under the tartan banner. To the people, he was both protector and judge, feared and revered in equal measure. When quarrels arose over grazing rights, stolen cattle, or the reckless insult of a drunken evening, it was to the chief that the disputants came. His decision was binding, for there was no higher law in the Highlands. The crown of Scotland might claim authority, but in these glens and valleys, it was the word of the chief that mattered most. Picture him in his hall, a longhouse of timber and stone, smoky with the peat fire burning at its center. Warriors stand at the edges, leaning on spears, their faces lit by the flicker of flame. Farmers bow their heads as they present their grievances, voices hushed, not daring to press too boldly. The chief listens, his eyes heavy with thought, his silence stretching into the rafters. When at last he speaks, the hall itself seems to lean in to hear. A nod of his head, a gesture with his hand, and a man may leave with honor restored, or with shame that clings like a brand. Justice was swift and often harsh. A thief might lose his hand, a liar might be banished, yet there was also mercy for the survival of the clan demanded. Balance. A family ruined by punishment was a family that could not contribute to the harvest or the defense of the glen. The chief was not blind to such truth. His authority was tempered by the practical needs of survival. Still, every decision reinforced the invisible thread that bound each soul to him. Land was granted at his will, and could be taken away just as easily. The best cattle belonged to him, and his warriors ate before others. In return, he was expected to lead in battle, to bleed with his men, to shield his people with sword and strategy alike. His power rested not only in fear, but in the deep ancient understanding that the clan without its chief was like a body without a heart. For the common folk, there was comfort in the certainty. A man might toil from dawn to dusk, bent over rocky soil, but he knew where his loyalty lay. A woman might bear the weight of endless labor and children, but she knew the clan would defend her from raiders or wandering outlaws. The chief's authority was absolute, but it was also the glue that held fragile lives together in a land where the wilderness pressed hard against the walls of every dwelling, and yet power always carried its shadows. Ambition simmered among lesser chieftains, rival cousins or ambitious sons. A weak chief invited rebellion, his authority tested like a sword against the anvil. A strong chief inspired devotion, but also envy. Families within the clan might whisper alliances could shift, and the very bond that kept the people safe could be torn apart in the name of pride or vengeance. Imagine then the silence of a hall after a chief's death. The people wait breath held as rivals circle for power. Brothers might face brothers, cousins might draw steel against cousins. For in the clan system, leadership was never only inheritance, it was strength. Proven respect commanded loyalty earned in fire and blood. As dawn breaks over the glen, the chief emerges from his hall, his cloak heavy with dew, his warriors at his side. His gaze sweeps over the valley, over sheep grazing on thin grass, over huts huddled against the hillside, over smoke rising from hearths where children stir awake. All of it belongs to him, and all of it depends on him. His is a burden carried with pride, and with the knowledge that without his hand, the clan would scatter like leaves in the wind. Clan loyalty was everything. To be born into a clan was to inherit a shield and a burden at the same time. From the moment a child first learned to walk the heather paths, they were taught that their clan was their world. Every oath, every promise, every act of labor or courage was measured by whether it strengthened or weakened the bond of kinship. A man's word bound him as firmly as chains, and to break it was to invite not only exile, but dishonor that clung to his descendants. Yet that same fierce loyalty also meant that grudges could smolder like peat fires, lasting for years, decades, even centuries. A stolen cow, an insult shouted across a border stream, the death of one chief at the hands of another. These could spark cycles of vengeance that consumed generations. Imagine the hush that falls when word spreads through a village. The McDonalds have raided the cattle pens of the Campbells, or a Campbell youth has slain a McDonald in a drunken quarrel. The people gather their weapons, mothers pull their children inside, and the glen itself seems to hold its breath. The feud that begins in anger becomes tradition. Songs are sung not only of heroes, but of betrayals. Children grow up hearing that their neighbors are enemies, not because of what has been done in their own lifetimes, but because of what was done a century ago. Each raid is answered by a counter raid, each loss by a new thirst for revenge. In this way, loyalty to the clan feeds the endless wheel of violence, where peace is always fragile and temporary. For the ordinary people, the feud was a shadow they could never escape. Farmers watched their harvest trampled by raiding parties. Shepherds feared for their flocks more than for wolves. Women, grieved as sons and husbands, went out to settle old scores and never returned. And still, when the chief called, no one could refuse. To deny the feud was to betray the blood, and no one survived long outside the embrace of their clan. There is a strange poetry in it, this cycle of loyalty and vengeance. It bound people together so tightly that the clan seemed eternal, but it also left scars deeper than the soil itself. Generations later, the hill still whispered of the blood spilled upon them. As the night deepens in our story, you can almost hear the low hum of voices around a hearth. Men speak of past raids of wrongs that must be avenged, while women rock children to sleep with songs heavy with memory. The loyalty that keeps them safe is the same loyalty that ensures the feud will never truly end. And so the clan is revealed for what it truly was, not only a shield against the wilderness and the enemy, but also a prison, inherited hatred. In the morning, when the mist lifts, and the chief's men march once more into the glen, it is not only cattle they drive away, it is history itself repeating over and over. Within the clan, every soul had a place, and every place carried its weight. The chief and his warriors might stand as the visible pillars of power, but the quiet strength of women and children was no less vital. Their roles were woven into the fabric of daily life threads, of endurance that held the clan together in ways not always celebrated, but always essential. Picture the morning in a small croft beneath the looming hills. Smoke rises thinly from the peat fire, its acrid scent clinging to woolen cloaks. A woman steps out into the cold air, her hands already red and raw from milking the clan's few cattle. She bends over buckets, breath misting in the dawn light, while children shuffle about carrying water or gathering sticks for the hearth. Her labor is unending, for when the animals are tended, she must grind oats, spin wool, mend torn garments, and watch over infants all at once. And when raiders come, or the chief calls, she knows she must shoulder the clan's burdens alone, while husbands and sons march into danger. Children too were raised, not as individuals, free to wander their own path, but as seeds planted for the clan's future. Boys learned early to handle wooden practice swords, to drive sheep through the passes, to watch the horizon for danger. Girls were taught to spin, weave, and tend the hearth, but also to keep the clan's stories alive, whispering them to younger siblings by firelight. Every task carried weight, because every pair of hands was needed in a world where the margin between survival and ruin was as thin as the mist over the moors. Marriage was less a choice of the heart and more a contract of survival and alliance. A daughter might be promised to a neighboring clan to strengthen bonds or prevent bloodshed. A son's marriage could bring land or cattle into the fold, and once married life rarely softened. The new bride would find her duties multiplied, her body expected to bear children who would in turn carry the clan's blood forward. For women, loyalty to clan and kin was absolute, but so too was the weight of sacrifice. And yet within this life of duty and expectation, there was resilience. Songs sung at night carried laughter as well as sorrow. Women found joy in the weaving of cloth, in the rituals of cooking, in the bonds of sisterhood with other women who carried the same burdens. Children, even amid hunger and fear, still chased one another across the heather, their shouts echoing against the stone walls of the glen. These small sparks of humanity made the clan more than a machine of survival. They made it a community bound not only by blood and vengeance, but also by tenderness and care. So, when we imagine the clan, we must not only see the warrior raising his sword or the chief passing judgment, we must also see the woman bent over her spinning wheel, the child running barefoot in the mud, the grandmother murmuring prayers into the quiet of the night. Their lives were as vital as any battle, and their labor was the true foundation upon which the strength of the clan rested. As dusk settles over the valley, the sound of cattle lowing mixes with the chatter of children and the rhythm of women's work. In the flicker of hearth light, you can sense the continuity of generations, each carrying forward the weight of tradition. It is here in the hum of daily life that the clan draws its deepest strength, not in war alone, but in the persistence of ordinary lives lived faithfully beneath the banner of kinship. Every clan carried with it not only swords and shields, but also memory living, breathing history, preserved not in parchment or ink, but in song and story. In a world where most could not read, and written records were scarce, the bard was as vital to the clan as the warrior. His voice was the library, his harp the parchment, his mind the great archive of kinship and time. Imagine the hall on a winter's night when storms lashed the mountains and snow piled against the doors. Inside the fire blazed high shadows, flickering across stone walls. Warriors leaned back on benches. Women spun wool by the hearth children, nestled against their mothers. Then the bard began to sing. His voice carried through the smoky air, deep and steady, shaping words older than the walls themselves. He sang of ancestors who had crossed the seas of chiefs, who had triumphed in battle of feuds and alliances, of victories and betrayals. Each note was a thread tying the living to the dead, weaving the present into the endless cloth of the past. The bard was not simply entertainer. His words reinforced the clan's very identity. Through him, children learned who they were, what blood coursed through their veins, and what debts of honor they carried forward. If a feud raged, the bard's songs reminded the people why. If peace was made, his words ensured the memory of it endured. To forget was unthinkable. Memory was the soul of the clan, and the bard kept that soul alive. But memory could be a double-edged sword. To recall old victories was to stir pride, but to recall old wounds was to reopen them. The bard's voice might strengthen unity, but it could also deepen grudges that time alone might have healed. In this way, the power of memory was like fire, a light in the darkness, but also a force that could consume if left unchecked. Still, in the quiet moments, there was a kind of magic in these oral traditions. Picture the hush as the bard's tale wound on the crackle of the fire, punctuating his words, the glances of children wide-eyed with wonder. For them, the world of their ancestors was as real as the snow outside, as present as the warmth of the hearth. Heroes were not distant figures in dusty books, but kin whose blood still pulsed in their veins. The bard himself carried a heavy responsibility. To falter in memory was to dishonor the dead. To twist a story was to warp the clan's very identity. His role demanded both accuracy and artistry, for the clan's faith in its past depended on his voice. Yet he was also a treasured figure, offered respect and shelter, for in a harsh land where death lurked in famine and feud, it was the bard who ensured that the clan itself never truly vanished. In the lull that follows song, you can almost hear the silence of the glen beyond the hall, vast and ancient. The mountains listen, the rivers flow on, and above them all the stars burn with the same light that shone upon ancestors long gone. In such moments, the clan felt its place in a continuum stretching back beyond memory and forward into generations yet unborn. And it was the bard's song that bound them to that eternal chain. As dawn crept into the Highlands, the bard's words lingered in the minds of those who had listened. His stories shaped not only the memory of the past, but also the choices of the future. For in Scotland, where the land itself was unforgiving, it was memory sharp, proud, and enduring that gave people the strength to rise again each day beneath the banner of their clan. Though the clan was the heart of life in medieval Scotland, it did not exist in isolation. Beyond the glens and highland passes, kings ruled, or at least tried to rule. The crown of Scotland claimed authority over the land and all its people, but that authority was often little more than words on parchment or banners raised in distant battles. In truth, loyalty to the king was fragile, and for many Highlanders, the bonds of kinship outweighed the demands of royal power. Picture a royal messenger riding hard into the mountains, bearing the seal of the king. His horse stumbles on the rough track's mud, splashing against his cloak. When he finally reaches the hall of a clan chief, he dismounts stiffly, unfurls the letter, and proclaims the king's command. Perhaps a levy of men for war, perhaps a tax to fund the court's extravagance. The chief listens, expression unreadable. Around him, his warriors shift uneasily, waiting to see whether loyalty to the crown will outweigh the needs of the clan. More often than not, the chief makes his own decision, balancing royal command against the reality of his people's survival. Sometimes alliance is formed. A strong king who respected the clans could draw their warriors into battle, their swords swelling his armies. Great victories like those of Robert the Bruce were only possible because clans rallied behind a leader who embodied not only royal ambition, but also clan honor. In those moments, the crown and the clan marched as one, their banners fluttering side by side in the wind. But just as often, the clan stood apart, their loyalty wavering. If a king grew weak or lost his cause, the clans drifted back to their own feuds and struggles, leaving the crown to falter without their support. A king might sit on a throne in Edinburgh or Stirling, but in the Highlands, the real power lay in the chiefs who held sway over valleys and moors. This fragile bond between clan and crown shaped Scotland's destiny. It was both strength and weakness. Strength because the fierce independence of the clans made Scotland difficult for any invader to conquer fully. Weakness because unity came rarely, and when it broke apart, the nation bled from within. The English watching from the south knew this well. Time and again, they sought to exploit clan rivalries, turning chief against chief, ensuring that Scotland's strength was scattered, even as its people yearned for freedom. For the ordinary Scot, caught between these forces, the question of loyalty was not abstract. If the chief declared for the king, men marched to war, leaving behind wives and children. If the chief defied the crown, the clan risked raids from royal forces. In either case, it was the people who bore the cost, their lives entwined in struggles far beyond their choosing. And yet, there was pride in this independence. To stand with the clan first was to honor blood and tradition. The king might rule by divine right, but the clan ruled by kinship, and in the hearts of many that bond was stronger. As twilight deepens over the Highlands, you can imagine a chief standing before his people, the king's seal in his hand. He looks out at the faces of farmers and warriors, women and children, all of them waiting for his decision. His choice will shape their lives, perhaps for years to come. And in that moment, the fragile thread that connects the clan to the crown Tig, the tension between clan and crown, would echo through Scotland's history for centuries, a constant push and pull between independence and unity. And it is here, in this uncertain balance, that the true nature of medieval Scottish society reveals itself, a world bound by kin, yet forever touched by the shadow of kings. Beneath the visible rhythms of the clan, its battles, feasts, and judgments, there flowed another current, quieter, but no less powerful. It was the unseen world of belief and honor, the spiritual fabric that bound people together in ways stronger than iron chains. For medieval Scots, the line between sacred and ordinary was thin. Every oath, every gesture, every breath of life carried weight, for to dishonor one's clan or one's god was to place both body and soul in peril. Picture a chieftain swearing an oath before his people, one hand resting on a sword, the other raised to the heavens. His words are few, but each syllable carries the gravity of life and death. To break such a vow was unthinkable. Honor was not just personal, it was communal. If one man faltered, the stain spread across his kin, blackening his family's name for generations. In a land where memory stretched long, no betrayal was ever truly forgotten. Religion gave further depth to the sense of honor. The church towered over the imagination of the people, its priests speaking of heaven and hell as destinations as near and real as the next valley. To sin openly was to risk not only divine wrath, but also earthly shame. Public penance might mean standing barefoot in the cold, confessing before neighbors, or accepting punishment under the watchful gaze of both clan and clergy. For a people already bound by the harsh code of kinship, the weight of spiritual judgment pressed even heavier. And yet, spirituality was not only fear, it was also solace. In the quiet of the glens, people whispered prayers over their cattle, crossed themselves before harvest, and sought blessings for newborn children. The land itself seemed infused with the sacred, the stones where ancestors were buried, the streams that fed the fields, the hills that loomed like guardians. Superstition mixed with faith, creating a tapestry where the holy and the mystical lived side by side. A bird's flight, a dream in the night, the sudden change of weather, each was read as a sign guiding choices that shaped lives. Honor codes extended even into warfare. Though bloodshed was frequent, there were limits understood by all. To break a truce was a crime that stained not only the warrior, but the entire clan. To strike the defenseless was to invite curses upon one's household. These rules were fragile, often bent or broken in the heat of feud, but their existence showed that even in brutality there was a yearning for order, for meaning beyond chaos. Imagine a winter evening when the snow lies deep across the valley in a croft warmed by a peat fire. A father tells his son not only the stories of ancestors but also the lessons of honor. Never break your word. Never abandon your kid. Never forget the eye of God upon your actions. The boy listens wide-eyed, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his young shoulders. In this way, the code of honor passed from generation to generation, as vital as bread, as enduring as stone. So, when we look at the clan, we must see more than warriors and chiefs, more than feasts and raids. We must see the invisible laws that shaped their hearts, the sacred oaths, the whispered prayers, the sense that every act carried meaning in both this life and the next. The clan was not only a social order, it was a moral universe, held together by faith, by fear, and by the unbreakable bond of honor. The day in medieval Scotland began before the sun rose, when the glen still lay under a veil of mist, and the cries of rooks echoed from the treetops. In the dim light of dawn, peasants stirred in their narrow huts, rousing stiff bodies from beds of straw. The hearth fire banked overnight was coaxed back to life with careful breaths, the smoke curling through gaps in the thatch. Soon the smell of peat and damp earth filled the air, mingling with the faint bleating of sheep outside. Men and women alike made their way to the fields, their tools rough-hewn and heavy, their clothing patched and worn, wooden plows dragged by weary oxen cut shallow furrows into soil that was stubborn and stony. Oats, barley, and rye were the staples, though the yield was often meager, easily lost to storms or late frosts. Each seed cast into the earth carried the weight of survival for a failed harvest, meant hunger that gnawed through the winter like a silent predator. From sunrise to sunset, the labor never ceased. Men bent low to guide the plough, shoulders straining hands, blistered by the wooden handles. Women followed behind, scattering seed, stooping to pull weeds, balancing the endless demands of the soil. With the care of infants strapped to their backs, children barely tall enough to see over the hedges drove geese or watched the sheep, their small hands red from cold, their feet bare on the rough ground. There was no question of choice. From the moment they could walk, children were pressed into the rhythm of labor. Meals were taken quickly and without ceremony, often little more than a bannock of coarse oat bread, washed down with weak ale that was safer than water. The taste was bland, gritty between the teeth, but it filled the belly just enough to keep the body moving. On rare occasions, when a sheep was slaughtered, or a goat too sick to survive meat would find its way into the pot, transforming the thin broth into a feast remembered for weeks afterward. Despite the unending toil, there was a rhythm, almost a grim music, to the life of the fields. The creak of plow, the lowing of cattle, the rustle of wind through barley, these sounds became the backdrop of existence. And in that rhythm lay a kind of endurance. The people knew the soil would never be generous, but still they coaxed what little they could from it, year after year, generation after generation. For the traveler from another age, stepping into this world, the hardship is staggering. To see bent backs, gnarled hands, faces weathered long before their time, it would seem almost unbearable. Yet to those who lived it, it was simply life, the only life they knew. There was pride in a field well plowed, in a crop brought safely to harvest in a barn, stacked with enough to carry a family through the hungry months. As dusk fell, the day's labor ended, not with rest, but with more work. Animals had to be fed, to tools mended, fires tended. In the dim light of rush lamps, women spun, wool men repaired harnesses. Children hushed younger siblings to sleep. Only then, when darkness pressed fully against the walls, did the village fall into uneasy rest, ready to begin again with the next dawn. This was the daily reality of the common folk lives, bound to the earth, measured by harvests, ruled by the turning of seasons. In the silence of the night, as the fields lay quiet beneath the stars, their labor lingered like a heartbeat across the glen, a reminder that survival was earned with every drop of sweat spilled upon the stubborn Scottish soil. If the men of medieval Scotland carried the weight of the plough and the sword, the women carried the heavier burden still, for their labor stretched across every hour of the day and touched every corner of life, from the first cry of the infant before dawn to the quiet of the hearth long after nightfall. Their hands never ceased moving, their strength measured not in glory, but in endurance. Picture a croft on a chill morning, frost still silvering the grass outside. A woman rises from her straw bed, her shoulders stiff from yesterday's toil. She stirs the embers of the hearth, coaxing flame into life with practiced skill. Before the household stirs, she must fetch water from the stream, her feet numb in the icy current, her skirts dampened by the spray. The pail is heavy, but she bears it back without complaint, for there are mouths to feed and no time to rest. Her day is a cycle of endless demands. She kneads dough from coarse oat flour, tending the griddle, while keeping one eye on the infant at her breast. Older children crowd around her, needing guidance, discipline, or a sharp word to keep them to their chores. Between cooking and cleaning, she joins her husband in the fields, stooping to plant weeding with aching knees, carrying baskets heavier than her frame should allow. And when the day's labor is done, she still spins wool by the fire, her fingers moving even as her eyes droop with weariness. Childbirth, too, was part of her world, a constant and perilous duty. Women bore child after child, knowing many would not live to see adulthood. Each pregnancy was a gamble, each birth a trial that could take both mother and child in a single night. Yet without children, the clan could not endure, and so the cycle continued. Mothers whispered prayers as they labored their cries, muffled by walls of stone and wood, while other women stood ready with water cloth and whispered words of comfort that echoed across centuries. There was little rest, little space for her own desires. Marriage was less a matter of love than necessity arranged by chiefs or elders to strengthen bonds between families. A young bride entered not only her husband's house, but also his clan's expectations. Her life reshaped by duty. To defy those duties meant shame, gossip, even punishment. In this way, her world narrowed to the boundaries of hearthfield and cradle. Yet within this burden lay resilience, even quiet power. Women were the keepers of continuity, the ones who held families together when men went off to war or feud. They managed the stores of food, ensured the children were clothed, tended the sick and the dying. Without them, the fragile balance of survival would collapse. And though history often speaks of chiefs and warriors, the true endurance of the clan rested on the silent strength of women. Imagine the glow of a hearth at night, the hum of a lullaby drifting through the smoky air. Children press close, warmed by their mother's arm, even as she spins wool with one hand and stirs the pot with the other. Outside, the wind howls across the glen, but within the croft her labor has built a cocoon of fragile comfort. It is here in the quiet persistence of women's work that the clan found the strength to face another day. In medieval Scotland, childhood was fleeting, more a brief passage into labor and duty than a season of carefree play. The moment a child could stand steady on their feet, the rhythm of work began to pull them in. Life in the glens left no space for idleness, and every small hand was pressed into service long before it was ready. Imagine a boy of 7, his cloak ragged, a wooden staff taller than himself, clutched tightly as he guides a small flock of sheep along the hillside. The wind tugs at his hair, rain stings his cheeks, and the animals scatter easily on the rough slopes. Each bleat is a call he must heed, for if a lamb is lost, the blame will weigh heavily, not just on him, but on his family. Childhood here was measured in responsibility, in the ability to contribute to the clan's survival. Girls too stepped early into their roles. A daughter of 6 might be tasked with carrying water from the stream, her bare feet numb against the stones. She learns to spin wool on a simple spindle, her small hands clumsy at first, but soon deft from practice. By 10 or 12, she is fully a woman in all but years, tending siblings, helping with cooking, assisting in the harvest. There is no long adolescence, no waiting for adulthood. Life demands too much too soon. Play did exist, but it was shaped by hardship. Children chased one another across the heather, their laughter ringing briefly in the air. Yet even their games mirrored the world they saw around them. Boys wrestled, swung sticks like swords, pretended to raid cattle from rival clans. Girls imitated their mothers, rocking dolls made of straw, stirring imaginary pots. These small joys were fleeting sparks, but they carried with them the weight of preparation, practice for the roles that awaited. The harshness of life spared no one. Sickness came often and without mercy. Many children did not live to see their 5th birthday, and those who did bore the marks of survival in their thin frames and weary eyes. Mothers grieved quietly, knowing loss was as much a part of life as birth itself. Graves dotted the edges of villages, small mounds marked with stones, silent testimonies to the fragility of youth. And yet, even within this hardship, there was resilience. Children learned to adapt, to endure. They memorized the songs of their clan, repeated prayers, whispered by elders, absorbed the unspoken codes of honor that bound their people together. A boy learned that courage was expected of him, even when he was afraid. A girl learned that her strength lay not only in her hands, but in her ability to hold her family together. These lessons were not written in books, but carved into the fabric of daily life lessons as old and immovable as the hills themselves. Picture an evening by the hearth, the bard's voice carrying stories of ancient heroes. Children sit wide-eyed listening as tales of bravery and sacrifice unfold. They know even then that these are not simply stories, but instructions shaping who they are meant to become. Their future is already written in the expectations of their clan, and each day of their short childhood is a step along that path. Thus, childhood in medieval Scotland was not an escape from responsibility, but an early apprenticeship in survival. Every task, every story, every hardship was a lesson teaching the young how to live in a world that was beautiful, unforgiving, and always demanding more than it gave. Step inside the dwelling of a peasant family, and the first thing you notice is how small the world becomes. The croft is low and narrow, its roof thick with thatch, its walls built of stone and mud. Smoke from the peat fire curls upward, finding its way out through a hole in the roof, leaving the air hazy and acrid. There are no separate rooms, no private spaces, just a single chamber where family animals and possessions all crowd together. In one corner, a cow or goat might be tethered, its warm breath rising in the cold night. Nearby, chickens roost, feathers rustling as children stir in their sleep. The hearth is the heart of the home, its fire the only source of warmth and cooking. Here, meals are prepared in iron pots, hung on chains, their contents simple and repetitive. Oats form the staple ground into coarse meal for porridge or baked into flat bannocks. On most days, the food is plain, filling, but uninspired. A thin broth of roots and cabbage might simmer for hours, flavored with little more than salt. When fortune allows, scraps of meat are added, a rare chicken, a sheep too weak to survive the winter, or bits of venison brought down by a lucky hunter. Such feasts are remembered for weeks, retold with gratitude, even as the pot returns to its usual fare of oats and greens. Children sit close to the fire bowls, and their eyes wide with hunger. They eat quickly, knowing there is never enough to waste. The taste is humble, the texture gritty, but each bite is survival. Ale weak and sour is often safer than the water drawn from streams, and so even children sip from wooden mugs, their faces puckering at the bitter tang. Daily life is measured in chores that circle endlessly. Women rise to sweep the floor of rushes, scattering fresh herbs to mask the smell of smoke and animals. Men patch the roof when storms tear away the thatch, or reinforce the walls against the creeping damp. Children fetch water, mend nets, carry firewood. Tools are precious and simple: wooden plows, sickles, flails. Each object is cared for, repaired, again and again, because to lose a tool is to lose the means to survive. At night, when the fire dies low, the croft grows dark and cold. Families huddle under rough wool blankets, bodies pressed close for warmth. Sleep is shallow, broken by the cough of a sick child. The shifting of animals, the groan of wind against the walls. Dreams come easily in such a place, for the line between waking and resting is thin, blurred by exhaustion. The hearth, still glowing faintly, holds the promise of dawn. Despite the hardship, there is rhythm here, a pattern that endless battle against hunger in winter. Births and deaths mark the cycle, baptisms and burials, weaving the family story into the soil itself. Within these walls, life feels fragile, yet it is also persistent. The people endure, finding comfort in the simple act of sharing food, of sitting close to one another, of surviving another day. Imagine the quiet after the day's work is done, when only the crackle of peat breaks the silence. A mother hums softly as she spins wool, her children drowsy at her side. A father mends a broken tool, his hands steady in the lamplight. Outside the glen lies under a blanket of stars the world vast and wild, but within the croft the family holds tight to one another, sustained by the rhythm of home. Life in medieval Scotland was not measured by clocks or calendars, but by the unyielding rhythm of the seasons. Each turn of the year brought its own labors and its own dangers, and the people bent their lives to the will of the land. To live here was to wrestle daily with nature, a foe both generous and cruel. Spring was a season of hope and urgency. As the frost retreated, fields had to be plowed and seeded quickly before rain drowned the soil, or late snows returned to spoil the work. Men labored from dawn, steering oxen through the furrows, while women sowed seed with careful hands. Children followed, scattering stones from the earth. Every seed dropped into the ground was a prayer for warmth or rain, but not too much for the grace of survival. Yet the margin was razor thin. A week of storms could undo a month of toil, and the people knew that nature listened to no pleas. Summer brought long days of labor beneath a horizon that offered light but little warmth. The crops grew tall, but so too did weeds, and constant vigilance was needed. Shepherds drove flocks into high pastures, their horns echoing against the hills. Boys stood guard against wolves, while women spun wool in the fields, their spindles turning as steadily as the wind. Even in summer, hunger pressed at the edges of memory. The stores from the previous year had long been consumed, and until the harvest was gathered, there was little to fill the pot. Thin bodies leaned on the promise of ripening grain. Autumn was both gift and terror. The harvest brought food, the barns filled with sheaves of oats and barley, the crofts scented with drying grain. Families rejoiced when the yield was good, singing as they stacked the bounty. But autumn also carried the fear of failure. A poor harvest meant a winter of gnawing hunger, of children crying in the night, of desperate measures to stretch each handful of grain. There was no cushion, no safety net. A single bad season could reduce the strongest family to ruin. Winter descended with brutal certainty. Snow lay heavy on the glens, streams froze, and the wind screamed through the passes. Families huddled close to their hearths, eking out thinned porridge, boiling roots dug from frozen earth, gnawing at dried meat. If fortune had smiled in autumn, hunger became an ever-present shadow, sharpening tempers, thinning bodies. The elderly sometimes slipped away quietly, sparing their families another mouth to feed. Children weakened their laughter, stilled by cold and emptiness. Winter was a test that few passed unscarred. Through it all, the people endured with a kind of stubborn resilience. They read the sky like a book, watching clouds and stars for signs. They measured their hope in harvests and births, in the slow lengthening of days after the solstice. Superstitions clung to every action, bread baked at the new moon for luck. Charms hung over doors to keep out famine and pestilence. To live in Scotland's harsh climate was to live in constant negotiation with forces larger than oneself. Picture the valley in January snow, piled high. The sky, a hard steel gray. Smoke drifts from a handful of crofts, the only sign of life in the frozen silence. Inside, a family gathers close, sharing a thin stew, the fire their sole defense against the cold. Outside, the land sleeps, but not peacefully. It sleeps with teeth bared, waiting to test them again when the thaw comes. This was the endless struggle against nature, not a battle to be won, but a dance of survival repeated year after year. The people of medieval Scotland did not conquer their land. They endured it, carried forward by the simple, unyielding will to live another season. For all the drudgery and danger of daily existence, life in medieval Scotland was not without its moments of light. Amid hunger and toil, the people carved out brief seasons of joy, small islands of celebration that lifted their hearts and reminded them of beauty. These festivals and gatherings did not erase hardship, but they softened its edge, turning the rhythm of survival into something that felt at least. For a night like living, at the turning of the seasons, villages gathered to mark the old Celtic festivals tradition that lingered long even as the church sought to reshape them into holy days. Beltane fire blazed in spring, their sparks rising into the night sky like promises. Young men and women leapt over the flames, a ritual said to bring fertility and fortune. Cattle were driven between twin fires, hides kissed by smoke, to protect them, for the harvest brought its own celebrations, for a full barn was a cause for thanksgiving. Families came together, feasting on what they could spare bannocks fresh from the griddle ale, brewed strong, perhaps even roasted meat, if fortune allowed. Music echoed from fiddles and pipes, feet stamping against the hard-packed earth, in dances as old as the hills. For a brief time, the aches of labor melted into the joy of movement, and the glen rang with voices raised in song. Even the church calendar offered occasions of respite, saints' days, and holy feasts drew people to monasteries and chapels where sermons mixed with markets, pilgrims traveled, prayers were offered, relics kissed. But these gatherings were more than piety. They were also moments of community. Neighbors exchanged news, traders hawked wares, children marveled at sights beyond their crofts. It was a chance to feel part of something larger than the narrow world of hut and field. Marriage, too, was marked with joy, even if arranged more for clan alliances than romance. On the day of the wedding, a bride might wear shoes for the first and only time in her life. Simple leather, but precious nonetheless. Families shared what they had, tables spread with food songs, rising into the night. The laughter of the newlywed couple carried a sweetness that endured, even when the burdens of daily life soon pressed down again. And then there were the quiet joys, the ones not bound to calendars. A child's laughter chasing geese across a meadow. A family gathered close by the hearth while a storm raged outside their voices, rising in a song to drown the wind. The moment of relief when a calf survived its first harsh winter, or when the first green shoots of spring pushed through thawing soil. These small mercies were fragile, but they shone brightly against the darkness, keeping despair at bay. Imagine a midsummer evening, the glen bathed in golden light. Children run barefoot through the grass. Women weave garlands of wildflowers. Men sit with mugs of ale, their laughter booming across the valley. The air hums with insects, the scent of heather and smoke mingling on the breeze. For once, no feud rages, no hunger gnaws, no storm looms. It is only a moment, but in such moments, the people of Scotland found the strength to endure all that came after. These fleeting joys were not luxuries, they were necessities. Without them, life would have been little more than endurance. With them, however brief, came memory, hope, and the will to rise once more at dawn, to face the endless toil of the fields. Step into any valley of medieval Scotland, and you will find the shadow of the church. Sometimes it is the bell of a small chapel ringing across the fields. Sometimes it is the great silhouette of an abbey rising like a fortress of stone among the hills. And sometimes it is not a building at all, but the voice of a priest at the village hearth, reminding the people that God watches every moment, that every action has its weight in heaven as well as on earth. For the common folk, the church was both comfort and burden. It marked the passages of life with its rituals, baptism at birth, confession in sin, marriage, with blessing, burial, with prayer. At every stage, the church stood present, its hand upon the shoulder of each soul. The people turned instinctively to it in times of joy and times of fear. A newborn was not safe until water touched its brow. A dying man longed for the priest's words to carry him into eternity. The church offered meaning in a world where death was always near, and so its presence was rarely questioned. Yet this presence was not only spiritual, it was material, woven into the daily rhythms of survival. Fields were blessed at planting time, holy water sprinkled over seeds as if to coax them upward. Cattle were led past shrines for protection, prayers murmured to saints for milk and safety. When storms threatened, the harvest villagers knelt together in chapels, their voices rising above the roar of thunder. The church became a mediator between the people and the forces of nature, a bridge to something greater than their own fragile strength. The great abbeys stood apart, centers of learning and order amid the rugged land. Imagine one stone walls, towering cloisters, echoing with footsteps, manuscripts illuminated by the careful hands of monks. Within these halls knowledge was preserved, scripture, law, even scraps of history that might otherwise have been lost to time. Pilgrims traveled to such places, seeking relics and blessings, their journeys becoming woven into the larger story of faith. But in the small villages, the church was simpler, closer to the soil, a wooden cross planted in the ground, a bell hung from a beam, a priest in threadbare robes, reminding his flock that their suffering on earth was but a preparation for the joys of heaven. His words fell on weary ears, but also on hearts hungry for hope. To believe that hardship had meaning, that poverty was not eternal, was a balm as precious as bread. And so the people lived under the church's gaze. They confessed their sins, fearing the weight of excommunication. They brought offerings when they could, eggs, grain, a portion of meat from a slaughtered animal to lay at the altar. Even in famine, when their own children cried from hunger, they gave, for the church was not only God's house, but the guardian of their souls. To refuse was to risk eternal loss, a fate far worse than earthly hunger. Picture a Sunday morning, mist still clinging to the fields, families file slowly into a small chapel, men in rough tunics, women carrying infants wrapped in wool. The priest lifts his hands, his voice rising in Latin words. Few understand, but all believe. Candles flicker, smoke curls upward, and for a brief time, the burdens of the week fall away. The people leave with no more food than before, no more certainty of tomorrow, but with the quiet strength of faith, a strength that let them endure. The church was everywhere in stone and in spirit, in ritual and in fear. It shaped the rhythm of days, tied the fragile lives of peasants to the vast sweep of eternity, and whether as comfort or command, its presence could not be ignored. In medieval Scotland, the church did not merely bless the milestones of life, it shaped them, controlled them, and judged them with an authority that reached into every household. Nowhere was this more visible than in marriage, the union not just of two people, but of families and clans. Love, if it came, was welcome, but it was rarely the foundation. A marriage was a contract, a sacrament, and most importantly, an agreement sealed under the eyes of God and his clergy. Picture a young woman, scarcely more than a girl, standing in a simple wool dress before the altar of a village chapel. Her hands tremble as the priest recites words she has heard all her life, words that bind her to a man she may barely know. Behind them stand families, their eyes sharp with expectation. For this marriage is not about romance, it is about alliance, property, and peace. Once the vows are spoken, her life is forever altered, and there is no path back. The church's authority made marriage indissoluble. Divorce was almost impossible, and annulments were granted only under rare, carefully defined conditions. Even the suspicion of impropriety could bring disgrace. Whispered rumors, spreading faster than fire, cross the glen. A woman accused of infidelity might find herself shamed publicly, made to kneel barefoot in the cold, confessing before her neighbors. A man who strayed might be chastised by the priest, his penance to stand before the altar with ashes on his head. In a world where survival depended on reputation and trust, the church's judgment carried weight heavier than iron. Beyond marriage, morality itself was overseen with relentless vigilance. Chastity was praised, modesty demanded, and even the smallest deviation from accepted conduct was treated as a threat to the community's spiritual well-being. To laugh too loudly, to drink too freely, to show affection outside the bounds of marriage, all could become grounds for censure. The priest's gaze was constant, reminding the people that even in their most private acts, they were seen by God, and through him, by the church. Yet within this stern control, the church also offered a form of protection by sanctifying marriage. It provided a framework of order in a world often ruled by chaos. Husbands and wives, however mismatched, were bound to one another in ways that gave stability to families and clans. Children born within that bond carried legitimacy, their place in the clan secure. Without such rules, disputes over inheritance, alliances, and loyalty would have torn the fragile society apart even further. Still, the price of this order was high. Many women lived their entire lives under obligations they had not chosen, bearing children year after year, laboring under the weight of vows spoken once and never released. Men too felt the strain of expectations, bound not only to provide for their families, but to embody the moral code preached each Sunday. Those who faltered faced public penance, humiliation, designed to remind all that no one was above the church's authority. Imagine a winter evening, the chapel lit by flickering candles. A man kneels at the front, his head bowed, ashes dusted into his hair. Behind him, his neighbors watch in silence as the priest speaks of sin forgiveness and the mercy of God. The man's shame is visible, his reputation bruised. Yet, when he rises, he is welcomed back into the fold, his place restored. In this way, the church held not only power to punish, but power to heal a paradox that gave it its enduring hold over the people. So it was that the church's grip reached even into the most intimate corners of life. It blessed unions, forbade their breaking judged behavior, and defined morality itself. For the people of medieval Scotland, faith and fear walked hand in hand, guiding them down paths they did not always choose, but could never escape. Across the rugged landscape of medieval Scotland, great abbeys and monasteries rose like islands of stone, their towers and cloisters stark against the heathered hills. To the weary peasant trudging through mud and rain, these places seemed almost otherworldly walls that promised shelter bells that called to prayer monks, whose lives appeared far removed from the brutal grind of survival. And yet, these institutions were woven tightly into the very fabric of common life. At once, sanctuaries of compassion and instruments of power. Step into the cloister of a Benedictine abbey. The air is cool, and still broken only by the soft echo of sandals on flagstones. Monks move in silence, their woolen habit brushing the floor, their heads bowed in prayer or study. In the scriptorium, sunlight falls across wooden desks where patient hands copy ancient texts, preserving knowledge that might otherwise vanish. Candles sputter, ink stains the fingers of scribes, and on the parchment lines of scripture and fragments of learning are given new life. Here in the quiet of these halls, the past was guarded, and the seeds of future generations were sown. But these abbeys were not only libraries of faith and wisdom, they were also landlords owning vast tracts of land, collecting rents, and demanding labor from peasants whose lives were already heavy with toil. Fields surrounding the abbeys were tilled not by monks alone, but by commoners bound to their service the fruits of their labor, filling granaries that stood tall while village huts stood empty. To many, the church's wealth was both awe-inspiring and bitter. Its towers gleamed while their children starved. Its stores overflowed, even as their bowls scraped empty, and yet, within those same walls, mercy flowed. Monks opened their doors to travelers, seeking refuge to the sick and wounded, cast aside by the world. Nuns tended the orphaned, their gentle hands feeding small mouths, their voices singing lullabies in cold chambers. In times of plague, when fear emptied streets and family turned away from one another, it was often the monasteries that stood firm, nursing the dying, bearing the dead with prayers whispered into the silence. For every tale of greed, there was one of compassion, and the people held both in their hearts, torn between resentment and gratitude. Imagine a poor family, thin from a failed harvest, making the long journey to an abbey in hope of aid. Their clothes are ragged, their steps weary, but at the gate they are welcomed, offered bread and broth. A monk listens to their plight, his calm presence a balm after weeks of fear. For one night, perhaps two, they sleep under a roof of stone, the wind shut out by heavy doors. When they leave their carry food for a few days more, and their hearts carry the memory of kindness. Such mercy did not erase their suffering, but it gave them the strength to endure. Yet always the dual face of the church remained. It preached humility while adorned in gold, demanded charity while amassing wealth, offered compassion while wielding power that few dared to question. For the ordinary Scot, this contradiction was simply the nature of faith, a mixture of awe, dependence, resentment, and trust. As dusk falls over the abbey, the bells toll for evening prayer. monks chant in unison, their voices rising like smoke, filling the air with echoes that seem to touch heaven itself. Beyond the walls, peasants pause in their fields, listening faintly to the sound. For a moment, they feel part of something vast, connected to a power greater than the toil of their days. Whether that power comforted or controlled them, they could not always say. But they knew one truth. The church was inescapable, and its presence. If the abbeys and monasteries offered light and sanctuary, the church's shadow could also fall long and dark. It was not only through prayers and blessings that power was enforced, but through fear, fear of sin, fear of heresy, and above all, fear of being cast beyond the embrace of God. In a land already bruised by hunger and feud, the weight of spiritual terror could be as heavy as any sword. Accusations of heresy carried a dread that few dared to test. To question the teachings of the church, even in whispers, was to risk not only censure, but destruction. The priest's word could lift a man up in honor or cast him down into ruin. The villager who mocked a doctrine, who lingered too long with strange ideas, might find himself summoned before a council board to confess, his neighbors watching in silence. Punishment could mean public humiliation, barefoot penance in the snow lashes across the back, or in the worst case, exile from the clan and eternal damnation. Excommunication was feared above all, to be cut off not just from church, but from community, condemned to wander as one dead among the living. Witchcraft was another terror, half superstition, half weapon of control. The wild hills and glens of Scotland bred many beliefs, whispers of charms, healing herbs, visions in dreams. A woman skilled with roots and remedies might heal fevers or ease childbirth pains. But if misfortune followed, her knowledge could turn against her. Accused of witchcraft, she might be dragged before her neighbors, her fate sealed not by proof, but by suspicion. Torture was sometimes used to wring confessions, confessions that confirmed the fears already sown. Fires lit against the night sky marked her end, the smell of smoke carrying both warning and silence to the village. For those who lived under this system, fear was woven into daily thought. A poor harvest might be blamed not on weather, but on witchcraft. A sick child might be said to have been cursed. Envy, suspicion, and old grudges could transform into deadly accusations given authority by priests eager to stamp out evil. The people believed, for how could they not, when every sermon warned of the devil's snares, when every misfortune was painted as a test of faith. And yet, even in this darkness, there was complexity. Not all priests were cruel, not all punishments severe. Some clergymen counseled mercy, urging communities to forgive rather than condemn. Some quietly turned a blind eye to the charms and rituals of old, recognizing them as threads of tradition rather than threats. But the fear lingered, shaping behavior, keeping souls in line when hunger and hardship might have otherwise driven them to rebellion. Imagine a winter night when the wind howls through the village and families huddle by the hearth. Outside whispers drift of a woman accused her hut, burned her face never to be seen again. Inside, mothers clutch their children, warning them to pray, to obey, to stay far from the snares of sin. The lesson is clear. Survival is not only a matter of food and shelter, but of obedience to the invisible laws of the church. This darker face of the church left scars that lingered for centuries. It preserved order, but at the cost of freedom, held souls together, but often through chains of fear. The people of medieval Scotland endured not only the brutality of nature and feud, but also the unseen terrors of judgment that might fall at any moment, turning neighbor against neighbor, faith into fire, as the bells tolled for morning mass, calling the faithful once more. The people crossed themselves and stepped into the chapel, hearts heavy but resigned. They had little choice, for the church was not only a guide to heaven, it was the gatekeeper of their lives on earth. Amid the stern sermons and fearful warnings, there were also gentler lights that glowed within the Scottish church, figures of piety whose faith inspired devotion, whose memory lingered long after their passing. To the people, saints were not distant abstractions. They were guardians, intercessors, protectors whose lives shone as examples in a world often bleak with hardship. Their names were whispered in prayers over fields, and infants their relics kissed with trembling hands. And among these figures none loomed larger in medieval Scotland than Saint Margaret. Margaret's story began far from the Highlands. An English princess, she came to Scotland in the 11th century, her destiny entwined with King Malcolm III. As queen, she brought not only royal influence, but deep faith, shaping the church in ways that endured for centuries. She encouraged reforms aligning Scottish practice more closely with Roman custom, strengthening ties with the papacy. But more than her politics, it was her compassion that the people remembered. She fed the poor with her own hands, washed the feet of beggars, and devoted her wealth to monasteries and churches that would outlast her reign. To the common folk, Margaret became a figure of hope. In her, they saw not just a queen, but a motherly spirit, a woman who understood their hunger and lifted their prayers higher than they could reach alone. Stories spread of her miracles, of her gentle presence that lingered even after death. Pilgrims traveled to her shrine believing her intercession could heal sickness, ease childbirth, or bring protection in times of war. Her memory became a thread woven into the tapestry of Scotland's faith, binding people together across clan and kingdom. And she was not alone. Other saints held power in the imagination of the people. Columba, the Irish monk, who had brought Christianity to Iona centuries earlier. Andrew, whose relics gave Scotland its patron saint. Shrines dotted the land places where the faithful sought healing and guidance. The people carried tokens of these saints, small crosses or relic fragments, worn against the chest like armor for the soul. In their harsh lives, these symbols gave comfort, a reminder that heaven's eyes had not turned away. Daily piety reflected this devotion. Families paused at dawn to cross themselves, whispered grace over their meager meals, recited prayers at night by the glow of the hearth. Mothers taught children to murmur. The Ave Maria fathers led them in the Pater Noster. These simple acts stitched faith into the fabric of survival, each prayer a thread against despair. Even when the church's authority weighed heavy, these quiet devotions carried genuine hope, a reminder that the divine was close, listening and kind. Imagine a mother kneeling at the bedside of a sick child, her hands folded, tight lips, whispering a prayer to Saint Margaret. The child's fever burns hot, the family's remedies exhausted. In her plea, there is desperation, but also trust that the saint who once walked among the poor would not turn away now. Whether the child lived or died, the act of prayer itself gave strength. The belief that suffering was not meaningless, that someone in heaven understood. Through figures like Margaret, the church softened its harsher edges, reminding the people that faith could also comfort, heal, and inspire. She became a bridge between the power of kings and the prayers of peasants, her legacy enduring long after her bones were laid to rest. To this day, her name carries reverence, a testament to the way one life lived with compassion can echo through centuries. And so the church in Scotland was not only a stern hand of judgment, nor solely a wealthy institution cloaked in stone. It was also a source of tenderness, of hope embodied in its saints, its prayers, its moments of mercy. Through these, The people found reason to endure, believing that heaven saw them even in their darkest nights. Though the church reached deeply into the homes of common folk, its influence was perhaps most visible in the halls of kings. In medieval Scotland, faith was not just a private devotion, it was a tool of power, a partner to the crown, and sometimes a rival. Bishops sat beside monarchs at councils, abbots advised on law and war, and papal decrees carried weight that could bind or break kingdoms. The church was both servant and master, both sanctifier of kings and challenger to their authority. Picture a royal court in Edinburgh, the air heavy with the scent of wax and wood smoke. Nobles gather in fine cloaks, their voices rising in debate, while at the king's right hand sits a bishop in gleaming robes, his crozier, shaped like a shepherd's staff, rests beside him, but his words are sharp and commanding. He speaks not only of scripture, but of taxes, alliances, and war, reminding all that God's will must guide the realm. To defy him is to defy more than a man. It is to risk standing against heaven itself. Kings, too, leaned upon the church. Their legitimacy was sanctified by the blessing of bishops, their reign justified by the claim of divine right. A coronation without the church's hand was unthinkable, for what was a crown if not confirmed by God? Priests proclaimed that to obey the king was to obey heaven, weaving royal authority into the fabric of faith. And yet this alliance was uneasy, for if kings drew strength from the church, they were also bound by its chains. When disputes arose, the papacy could intervene, sending letters across the sea that carried more weight than the king's own commands. Bishops might side with nobles against their monarch, using excommunication as a weapon sharper than any sword. Imagine the terror of a king declared outside the church's grace. His people told that obedience to him was sin, his throne suddenly trembling beneath him. More than once, Scottish rulers found themselves caught in this trap, their crowns precarious in the hands of priests. The church also reached into clan politics, mediating feuds or inflaming them as suited its cause. Chiefs sought alliances with abbeys, granting land in exchange for blessings, hoping to secure both worldly advantage and heavenly favor. Rival clans might contest a marriage or inheritance before an ecclesiastical court, their fates decided not by swords in the glen, but by the judgment of clerics. In such ways, the church became an arbiter of power, binding itself into the very struggles that defined the land. For common people, this entanglement of church and crown was both distant and intimate. They might never see a bishop's crozier or hear the Latin of a papal bull, yet they felt its effects when taxes rose, when wars were declared in God's name, when sermons thundered of obedience to king and priest alike. Their lives were yoked to powers. They could not touch powers that spoke with both the voice of Scripture and the clink of coin. And yet, within this mixture of piety and politics, there remained moments of unity. In times of invasion, the church called the people to arms, blessing banners, and praying over armies. Monks marched beside soldiers, crosses lifted high chants, echoing above the clash of steel. Victory was celebrated as God's favor, defeat explained as punishment for sin. Faith was the language in which politics was spoken, a current that carried even the greatest battles of Scotland's history. As night falls over our chapter, imagine a king kneeling in a grand cathedral, the echo of his prayers lost among high stone arches. Around him stand bishops, nobles, and monks, each with their own ambitions, each bound together by faith and power. In that moment, the lines blur. Who serves whom, the king or the church? In truth, both served each other, and both ruled over the people in tandem. It was a partnership of necessity, a dance of power that shaped the fate of Scotland for centuries. In the Highlands of medieval Scotland, war was not an interruption of life. It was a rhythm as steady as the seasons. Every clan lived with the knowledge that at any moment the call to arms might echo across the glen, carried on the blast of a horn or the shout of a messenger. It was not a question of if conflict would come, but when. Picture a dawn broken not by bird song, but by the urgent notes of a war horn. Men stir from their huts, reaching instinctively for swords, axes, or spears that rest always within arm's reach. Cloaks are thrown across shoulders, shields, strapped tight blades honed in moments. Women press infants, close watching silently as their husbands and sons gather the weight of expectation as heavy as the weapons they bear. Even boys scarcely into their teens know their place in this summons, for every hand that could hold a blade was needed. This readiness for violence was born of necessity. Clans guarded their cattle, their grazing lands, their honor with a fierceness sharpened by centuries of rivalry. To leave one's people undefended was unthinkable. for raids came suddenly and with devastating speed. A rival clan might strike in the dark of night, driving away herds, burning huts, leaving behind grief and ashes. Retaliation was inevitable, the feud feeding upon itself like fire upon dry heather. Beyond clan feuds, greater dangers loomed. From the south, English armies pressed across the border, armored knights and disciplined soldiers seeking to impose their king's will upon the north. Against such forces, Scottish warriors relied not on sheer numbers, but on cunning and terrain. They knew the valleys, the rivers, the marshes that could swallow horses and trap men in armor. To fight in open field was perilous. To fight from ambush, from high ground, from narrow passes, this was the way of survival. In this world, every man was a soldier first and farmer second. Swords hung in huts as commonly as plows leaned against walls. Young boys learned to wield wooden weapons before they learned to write their names, practicing swings and parries under the watchful eyes of fathers and uncles. Girls too grew up in the shadow of war, their lullabies filled with tales of battles, their prayers shaped by fear of raids. Even in times of peace, the sense of waiting for conflict never fully left. Yet there was pride in this readiness, a sense of identity forged in the fires of constant struggle. To be a Highlander was to be a warrior, a protector of clan and kin. Honor was measured not in wealth, but in courage, not in possessions, but in the scars borne on the body. A man without bravery was no man at all, his shame lingering like a curse. Better to die with sword in hand than to live in dishonor, a truth repeated in song story and the whispers of mothers to their sons. Imagine a hillside gathering the chief at its head, his cloak snapping in the wind. Around him stand his men, their shields forming a rough wall, their faces solemn but determined. He speaks of loyalty, of vengeance, of duty to clan and land. The words may vary, but the message never changes. They must fight, they must endure, for their survival depends on it. The men answer with a shout, a roar that carries into the valley, rolling like thunder across the glen. It is the sound of a people who know that war is not a choice, but a condition of life. And so the ever-present call to arms shaped medieval Scotland. It hardened bodies and souls, sharpened blades and wills, and ensured that even in times of peace, every clan stood ready for the next clash. For in this land of mist and stone, conflict was as certain as the changing of the seasons, and each man carried battle in his blood. The image of the Highland warrior is etched into Scotland's story like steel upon stone. He was not merely a soldier, but a symbol of his people, fierce, proud, and always prepared for the next raid or battle. To see him step from the mist, weapons gleaming, was to glimpse both protector and predator, for in a land where survival was contested, every warrior carried within him the promise of vengeance and the hope of defense. Picture him on the morning of battle, his hair long and wind-tossed, is bound with a strip of tartan. Across his back he carries the great claymore, a two-handed sword of daunting size, its blade glinting in the grey light. At his side hangs the dirk, a long dagger meant for close combat, quick and merciless. Upon his arm he bears the tar, a stout round shield of wood and hide, bossed with iron, scarred by countless blows. For many, these were not symbols, but necessities, the tools without which no man could stand before his enemies. The wealthier men wore chainmail habergeons of interlinked rings that gleamed faintly under cloaks. The poor made do with padded jerkins, or thick wool garments that offered little against a sword, but gave at least the illusion of protection. Helmets were rare, often scavenged from fallen foes. In truth, the Highland warrior relied less on armor and more on agility, on his knowledge of the terrain, and on the ferocity that came from knowing he fought not for coin, but for clan and kin. Weapons were cherished, passed from father to son, their blades oiled, their edges kept keen. A sword was more than metal, it was memory, a vessel of honor carrying the weight of ancestors who had wielded it before. To lose a weapon in battle was shame. To reclaim one from an enemy's hand was triumph. In the dim light of huts, men sharpened blades with slow, steady strokes, each spark a reminder that their lives depended upon steel. Training began in youth. Boys learned the weight of wooden swords, the rhythm of strikes and parries. They learned to fight not only in duels, but in the swirling chaos of a melee, where shields locked and claymores rose like wings of death. Wrestling taught them strength, running taught them endurance, and games of throwing stones or cabers became practice for feats of war. By manhood, their bodies bore the marks of endless preparation. Calloused, hand-scarred knuckles, the lean muscles of men forged by necessity. The warrior's appearance itself was a message. To see a line of Highlanders advancing across the moor, claymores glinting targes raised, was to face a storm made flesh. Their shouts carried across the valleys, fierce cries that mingled with the wail of bagpipes, instruments whose music stirred both terror and pride to their enemies. It was a sound of dread. To their own hearts, it was the pulse of courage, the song of battle. But the Highland warrior was not only a figure of violence. In the quiet after conflict, he returned to his croft, laying aside his weapons to take up the plow once more. His hands skilled at wielding death were also skilled at coaxing life from stubborn soil. This duality defined him farmer and fighter builder and destroyer. His strength lay not just in the claymore's swing, but in the knowledge that he fought for something beyond himself, for family, for clan, for the fragile survival of his people. Imagine the campfire before dawn. Warriors gathered their weapons, resting beside them, their breath rising in the cold. They speak softly, not of glory, but of duty, of the children sleeping at home, of the cattle grazing in distant fields. When the time comes, they will rise their blades singing once more. Until then, they sit in silence, men bound by steel, by blood, and by the unbreakable spirit of the Highlands. In the glens of medieval Scotland, the clash of clans was as common as the turning of the seasons. Feuds stretched across decades, their roots buried in old insults and blood debts that no one could forget. A stolen herd, a slain chief, a broken oath. Such sparks were enough to ignite years of violence. And so the cycle of raid and counter-raid wove itself into the very fabric of life, a grim inheritance passed down from father to son. Picture a quiet evening, the village settling into rest. Fires glow faintly in the crofts' smoke, rising lazily into the twilight sky. Children drift toward sleep. Mothers hum lullabies. Men sit sharpening blades, more from habit than intent. Then comes the alarm, a horn's sharp cry, cutting through the stillness. Shouts from the edge of the glen. Torches flare as figures appear, warriors from a rival clan swift as wolves, their voices raised in fierce cries. In moments, chaos reigns. Cattle, the lifeblood of survival, are driven off into the night, their bellows mingling with the clash of steel. Huts are set ablaze, flames licking upward as families flee into the dark. Blood spills on the earth, not in the name of kings or crowns, but for vengeance, for honor, for the endless settling of scores that no treaty could erase. When the raiders vanish into the mist, they leave behind silence, broken only by weed and the smell of smoke that lingers long after dawn. Such raids were swift, brutal, and deeply personal. Every family knew the fear of waking to find their herd gone, their kin slain, their homes destroyed. Retaliation was expected, indeed demanded. To let an insult stand was to invite weakness, to allow rivals to think the clan could be trampled. And so the victims would rise, gathering their own warriors, setting out in the dark to strike back with equal fury. In this way, violence fed upon itself generation after generation. For the common folk, these feuds were a curse that never lifted. Farmers toiled in fields, knowing that harvests might be trampled by raiders before they could be gathered. Women feared for the safety of their children, knowing that at any moment war might sweep through their valley. Even in times of uneasy peace, the memory of past raids lingered, keeping hearts hard and suspicious. No alliance was ever trusted completely, no neighbor regarded without a wary eye. And yet, within this endless cycle lay the code of honor that defined the clans. To avenge the dead was not only expected, it was sacred. Songs remembered those who struck boldly against their enemies. Tales told of chiefs who defended their people with courage and cunning. Even in grief, there was pride in vengeance, a fierce certainty that the clan had not been shamed. To outsiders, it may seem madness. To those who lived it, it was survival of spirit as well as body. Imagine a bard's song rising in the smoky hall after a raid. He sings not of the sorrow, but of the courage shown, of the cattle reclaimed, of the honor preserved. Children listen wide-eyed, learning through melody that loyalty demands blood, that clan identity is etched in battle as much as in birth. Thus, the cycle continues, taught in song as much as in steel, shaping generations who will carry on the feud long after its origins are forgotten. The land itself seemed to absorb these struggles, glens haunted by memories of raids, streams running red in the stories passed down. Each hill and valley held echoes of vengeance, as though Scotland's very soil was watered with the grief of its people. And so the clans endured not in peace, but in the unending rhythm of feud and retaliation, a rhythm that would define their lives for centuries. Beyond the feuds of the clans, a greater shadow stretched across medieval Scotland, the long arm of England. To the south, powerful kings eyed the rugged north with ambition, seeking to claim it as their own. Again and again, armies marched across the border, steel and fire sweeping into the glens. Against them, Scotland's warriors found themselves outnumbered, outmatched in armor and cavalry, yet they stood driven not only by loyalty to clan, but by the fierce desire to keep their land free. It was in this crucible that heroes arose none more celebrated than William Wallace. His name, still spoken with reverence, became a beacon in the dark days of the 13th century. Wallace was not born to kingship, not raised in gilded halls, but came from the lesser nobility, a man of the land as much as of arms. His strength was not only in his sword, but in his defiance, his refusal to bow to English might. Picture the year 1297, the narrow wooden bridge at Stirling, spanning the river Forth. English forces, heavy with knights and cavalry, began to cross their banners, fluttering proudly. On the far side, Wallace and his men waded outnumbered, but resolute. The trap was simple and deadly as the English crowded onto the bridge. Wallace ordered the attack. Scottish spearmen surged forward their weapons, bristling like a wall of iron. The bridge became a slaughterhouse. The river below choked with men and horses. Victory belonged to the Scots, a triumph so unlikely it thundered across the land like legend. For a time, Wallace became the very soul of resistance. Songs praised his courage tales, spread of his cunning and ferocity. To the common folk, he was not only a leader, but a symbol that even the mighty English could be beaten, that freedom was worth blood and sacrifice. Children whispered his name by hearthsides. Women prayed for his safety. Men followed him into battle with fire in their hearts. Yet glory was fleeting. In 1298, the English returned in force, their army vast, their resources overwhelming. At Falkirk, Wallace's forces faced destruction. Arrows darkened the sky, knights thundered across the field, and the Scottish lines broke beneath the weight of the assault. Defeat was bitter, his reputation wounded. Wallace resigned his guardianship, becoming once again a hunted man, living in the shadows, striking in raids, but never able to rally Scotland as before. Still, his story did not end in silence. For years he eluded capture, his presence a thorn in England's side, until betrayal delivered him into their hands. Dragged to London in chains, he stood trial, not as a soldier, but as a traitor, though he had sworn no oath to England. His fate was brutal execution, meant not only to end his life, but to send a warning to all who might defy English rule. And yet, in death, Wallace's flame only burned brighter. His martyrdom fixed him forever in the heart of Scotland, a hero whose sacrifice could not be erased. For the people who lived through these years, Wallace was more than a tale of valor. He was proof that courage could rise from the soil itself, that one man's defiance could inspire a nation. His victories did not free Scotland, but they gave her spirit a spirit that would endure in battles yet to come. Imagine a quiet night after the defeat at Falkirk, in a village far from the front lines. A bard sings softly of Stirling Bridge, of the moment when the English fell and Scotland stood tall. Children listen with wide eyes, knowing that even in loss their people had heroes, and in the silence that follows, the flame of defiance flickers, still waiting for the next wind to fan it into fire. If Wallace lit the spark of defiance, it was Robert the Bruce who fanned it into a flame that burned across Scotland. His life was a tapestry of ambition, betrayal, redemption, and ultimate triumph. A story as tangled as the heathered hills, yet one that gave Scotland its proudest victory. Robert was born into nobility with claims to the throne and a restless ambition that drove him into the dangerous heart of politics. At times, he bent knee to England. At others, he raised sword against it, his loyalties shifting as the storm of power raged. Many doubted him, calling him opportunist, even traitor. Yet when the moment came, Bruce chose his path, not as vassal, but as king crowned in 1306, amid a land still trembling from Wallace's fall. His early reign was marked by disaster. Pursued by English forces, Bruce suffered defeat after defeat. His family captured his lands, seized his kingdom, slipping through his fingers. For a time, he lived as an outlaw, hiding in coves and forests, his followers dwindling. Legends tell of him watching a spider weave its web, failing again and again, until at last it succeeded, an image said to have inspired him to rise once more. Whether truth or tale, Bruce did rise, gathering men around him, striking with the cunning of a wolf rather than the brute force of a lion. The years that followed were harsh campaigns of guerrilla warfare. Small bands of Scots ambushed English patrol, struck at castles, and vanished into the mists. Slowly, inch by inch, Bruce clawed back strength, his victories gathering momentum. His reputation, once tarnished, grew brighter with each success, and by 1314, the tide of history carried him to the fields of Bannockburn. Picture that June morning near Stirling, the English army vast, glittering with knights' banners, snapping in the wind. Opposite them stood Bruce's men, fewer in number, many barefoot, their armor poor, their weapons mismatched. Yet what they lacked in wealth, they carried in spirit. Beneath their banners, They stood ready, hardened by years of struggle, bound by a faith that their king fought not only for himself, but for the freedom of all Scotland. The battle raged for 2 days. English cavalry charged their horses, thundering, but the Scots had prepared pits and stakes, turning the ground itself into a weapon. Spearmen formed schiltrons, bristling hedges of pikes that turned back the might of armored knights. The English faltered their sheer numbers, crushed by the cunning of terrain and the ferocity of Scottish resolve. By the battle's end, the English king fled in shame. His army shattered the field, thick with the echoes of Scottish victory. Bannockburn was more than a battle. It was a moment when Scotland proved itself unbreakable. Bruce, once hunted and despised, emerged as the hero king, his crown secured, not by papal decree or noble favor, but by blood and courage. The victory resonated across the land, lifting spirits, filling songs, carrying hope into every hearth. For the people, Bannockburn became legend almost as it happened. Bards sang of it, mothers whispered its story to their children. Farmers repeated it as they bent over their fields. In a world where survival was uncertain, Bannockburn was proof that the impossible could be achieved, that unity and faith could triumph over wealth and might. Imagine a bard's voice in the smoky warmth of a hall, telling of Bruce riding the field, his sword flashing his men, shouting his name. The listeners know their hardships remain, their bellies still empty, their winters still cruel, but in their heart Bannockburn burns like a fire, a promise that Scotland's spirit could never be broken. Beneath the clash of swords and the smoke of battles, there lay something deeper, a culture that revered the warrior not merely for his skill with weapons, but for the ideals he carried. To be a fighter, medieval Scotland was to live by a code of honor, a set of unspoken rules, etched into story and song shaping not only how men fought, but how they were remembered. From the moment boys could lift wooden swords, they were taught that courage was their birthright. Strength was important, but so too were loyalty, generosity, and the defense of kin. A warrior's deeds were measured not only in victory, but in steadfastness, the refusal to yield even when defeat seemed certain. In this ethos, to die well was often as valued as to live. Better to fall with honor than to survive in shame. The Gaelic war poets preserved this spirit in verse, their songs echoing through smoky halls long after the battles themselves had ended. They spoke of chiefs who stood like oak trees unyielding against the storm, of warriors whose names burned brighter than the torches of their enemies. These poems were not idle flattery. They were the living memory of the clan, teaching each generation the qualities that defined a true man of the Highlands. To hear such poetry was to be bound more deeply to the clan, to feel the weight of expectation settle like armor upon the shoulders. Imagine the hall after a skirmish. The wounded tended, the dead mourned. A bard rises, harp in hand, his voice carrying words that lift the weary spirits of those who remain. He names the fallen, praises their valor, assures their families that their memory will not fade. The clan listens, grief softened by pride, sorrow turned into resolve. Through the bard's song, the warriors are immortalized, their courage given to the living as inheritance. Training too reflected this ethos. Young men practiced not only with swords and spears, but with their bodies, testing endurance in long runs, honing strength with contests of stone throwing and wrestling, feats of skill tossing the caber, putting the heavy stone were not only games, but demonstrations of readiness rituals that tied physical power to honor itself. Each contest was both preparation for war and affirmation of identity, a way of declaring before one's peers, I am strong, I am loyal, I am worthy of the clan. Even in moments of peace, the warrior's presence was felt. His weapons were displayed with care, his stories retold around the fire, his scars shone with quiet pride. Women sang of heroes, children grew up with names of warriors on their lips, and men lived with the knowledge that their own lives would be judged by the same measure. This culture of honor wove itself into every layer of society, binding people together in resilience. And yet, for all its valor, the warrior code carried shadows. Feuds once begun were hard to end, for honor demanded vengeance. A single insult could spiral into generations of bloodshed, each side claiming the mantle of duty. The same ethos that gave courage also bound people to cycles of violence, leaving grief that echoed louder than triumph. In this paradox lay the truth of the Scottish warrior, both protector and destroyer, both the shield of his people and the hand that perpetuated endless strife. As night falls over the Highlands, imagine a warrior standing at the edge of a glen, his sword at his side, his gaze fixed on the stars. He knows his life is brief, his struggles unending, but he also knows that in courage he becomes part of something eternal. The clan, the land, the songs of the bard, all will carry his memory. In that knowledge he finds peace, a peace that outlasts battle, outlasts feud, outlasts even death itself. In the rugged Highlands of medieval Scotland, hunger was not an intruder that came rarely. It was a companion, familiar and unrelenting, even in years when the harvest was good. Families lived with the knowledge that one storm, one late frost, one outbreak of disease among cattle could tip them into famine. In poor years, the gnawing emptiness in their bellies became a constant reminder of how fragile survival truly was. Picture the autumn harvest when sheaves of oats and barley are stacked in the barns, their golden color a brief symbol of abundance. Families celebrate, thankful for what the soil has yielded. Yet even as they sing, they count carefully, measuring grain against the length of winter, against the mouths that must be fed. Every sack of meal is rationed, every portion stretched. The people know that plenty never lasts, and that lean months just ahead. Through the dark of winter, meals shrink to the barest minimum. Porridge thins, stretched with water until it loses all taste. Flat oat bannocks grow smaller each slice, more precious than gold. Sometimes broth is made with little more than roots, flavored faintly with salt. If a cow dies, or a weak sheep is slaughtered, the meat is a gift, a rare feast, but it is quickly gone, leaving behind the harsher reality of survival. Hunger crept into every corner of life. Children grew thin, their ribs visible, their eyes too large for their faces. Mothers silenced their own stomachs to give their children one more bite. Men worked the fields with hollow strength, their bodies worn from labor without fuel. The elderly sometimes took the smallest portions, or none at all, murmuring that the young must eat to carry on. Sacrifice was woven into every family, quiet and unspoken, a necessity born of love and desperation, and hunger carried with it not only weakness but fear. Rumor spread quickly in lean years of villages where people boiled nettles and moss of families, forced to eat bark from trees of neighbors who turned to theft. Raids between clans sometimes rose not only from feud, but from famine cattle stolen to fill empty bellies, crops taken in the night. Hunger was a spark that could ignite violence, pushing even the most peaceful into acts of desperation. Yet the people endured, finding small ways to resist despair. Herbs were gathered in the summer and dried for winter, their sharp flavors giving life to thin soups. Women baked bannocks on stones, their scent filling huts with a comfort greater than their nourishment. Children were told stories by the fire, their hunger momentarily forgotten in the wonder of old legends. Faith too played its part, priests reminding the star that their suffering was known to heaven, that endurance on earth would find reward beyond. Imagine a croft in mid-January snow, pressing against the walls, the fire burning low. A family gathers around the pot, each waiting for a share of broth, so thin it barely covers the bottom of the bowl. The father ladles carefully, ensuring each child has a taste. His own portion little more than steam. Outside, the wind howls like a living thing, but inside, there is silence broken only by the clink of wooden spoons. Hunger sits with them, a presence as real as the cold. Yet so too does determination, the will to survive another day. Hunger was the ever-present specter, a shadow that followed every season, every harvest. It shaped lives, hardened heart, and reminded the people of their frailty. And though famine could break bodies, it could not break spirit entirely, for even in the harshest years, the Scots found ways to endure. Survival itself became a quiet act of defiance against a world that often gave so little. If hunger haunted every year in medieval Scotland, the plague came like a storm that tore through centuries. The Black Death, as it came to be called, swept across Europe in the mid-14th century and reached Scotland with a fury that no prayer or sword could halt. To those who lived through it, it seemed as though the end of the world had come, death walking openly among them, striking rich and poor alike. Picture the port towns, first where ships arrived with their dark cargo. Rats scurried down ropes, fleas carrying the invisible seed of pestilence. At first, it was whispers, a merchant taken ill, a sailor dead within days. Then the sickness spread with terrifying speed. Swellings or buboes rose under the arms and along the neck. Burning fevers consumed the body, and within a handful of days, the victim was gone. Streets filled with carts, carrying the dead bells, tolled without pause, and the air itself seemed poisoned with grief. The chronicler John of Fordun described how terror gripped the land, writing that a third of the human race seemed to vanish. Villagers abandoned their homes, convinced that the final judgment had come. Priests preached of wrath and repentance, urging people to confess before it was too late. But even the priests felt their prayers silenced by the same sickness they warned against. In some places, there were not enough living left to bury the dead bodies, left to lie in heaps, a grim offering to the ravages of fate. For the common folk, the plague was not an abstract horror, but a presence felt in every corner of life. Imagine a croft in the Highlands, a mother tending her children, only to find one fevered, another coughing, and within days, silence replacing laughter. The clan once filled with noise and bustle dwindles till only a few stand among empty huts. Survivors lived not only with grief, but with guilt asking why they had been spared when so many others had not. And yet, as devastating as it was, the Black Death reshaped society in ways that would echo for generations. With so many lives lost, labor grew scarce. Those who survived found their work more valued, their voices a little stronger. Wages rose, serfdom weakened, and the rigid bonds that had held peasants in place began to loosen. For some, the plague, terrible though it was, cracked open a door to change, even to a measure of freedom. But such changes could not erase the wound it left upon the spirit. Fear lingered long after the sickness had passed. Every cough, every fever was suspect. People looked at one another with suspicion, afraid that death hid behind every face. Superstition flourished. Was it witchcraft? Was it a punishment from heaven? Was it the fault of sinners among them? In their desperation, people sought explanations wherever they could, even if it meant turning against neighbors. Imagine walking through a village in those years. The silence is deeper than hunger ever made it. Doors hang open on empty homes. Fields lie untended weeds, sprouting where barley once grew. A single figure walks down the road, eyes hollow, carrying nothing but memories. The land feels abandoned, as though life itself has retreated. The Black Death was more than a disease. It was a test of endurance, of faith, of what it meant to be human in a world that seemed bent on destruction. And though Scotland endured the memory of that great plague, never left, it lingered like a scar across the centuries, a reminder that survival was fragile, and that even the strongest could be brought low by forces unseen. When famine hollowed bellies and plague-filled graves, people searched desperately for reasons. The world of medieval Scotland was not explained by science, but by faith story and sign. Misfortune was rarely seen as chance. It was punishment, curse, or omen woven into a tapestry of meaning that gave shape to suffering, even when it brought fear. Imagine a mother standing over a fevered child, whispering not only prayers to the Virgin, but also charms taught by her grandmother, a sprig of rowan tied above the bed to ward off spirits, a stone placed beneath the pillow to chase away illness. To outsiders, it might seem superstition, but to her, It was hope, the mingling of ancient belief with Christian faith, each reinforcing the other. The church often looked upon such practices with suspicion. Priests warned against charm and old rites, calling them remnants of pagan heathenry, tools of the devil meant to ensnare the unwary. Yet the people clung to them, for how could they not, when sickness came without cause, when cattle died suddenly, when storms ruined the year's crop? Better to do something, anything, than to sit in despair. And so the old way survived, whispered from elder to child, half hidden beneath the shadow of the cross. But not all who practiced these traditions were spared from suspicion. A woman skilled in herbs who could ease childbirth with tinctures or heal wounds with poultices was valued in good years and feared in bad. If fortune turned sour, whispers grew. Had she cursed the fields? Had she called down illness? Envy and fear could twist gratitude into accusation, and soon she might find herself dragged before neighbors, her life hanging on rumor. Accusations of witchcraft became a terrifying reality. The church, eager to stamp out heresy, fanned the flames of fear. Trials were held where confession was extracted under duress, where the line between truth and terror blurred. Those branded witches faced brutal ends, burned, drowned, or cast out their deaths, both punishment and warning. In the dark, their screams carried through the glens a chilling echo that silenced defiance. Yet superstition was not only fear, it was also resilience. People read the flight of birds, the color of the sky, the patterns of stars for guidance. They marked holy wells with offerings, believed in sacred stones that held blessings, told stories of spirits that watched the land. These beliefs, however fragile, gave a sense of control in a world otherwise ruled by chance and cruelty. To believe that suffering had meaning was to endure it more easily. Imagine a winter night, the hearth glowing low, the wind rattling the shutters. Families sit close, telling tales of spirits in the hills of curses, broken by bravery of saints who once walked the land in disguise. Children listen with wide eyes, half fearful, half entranced. In these stories, they learn not only caution, but courage, a way of understanding a world that often seemed hostile. For the people of medieval Scotland, superstition, faith, and fear were not separate things, but strands of the same rope. They wove them together to climb through hardship, to explain the unexplainable, to survive when reason failed. Witchcraft trials and cruel punishments revealed the darkness of this search for meaning, but the quiet charms, The whispered prayers, the signs read, nature revealed. Something else too, the enduring need to find light in the shadows. In the end, superstition was a mirror of the people themselves, fragile yet resilient, fearful yet hopeful, always searching for order in a world that rarely gave it. And though centuries have passed, the echoes of these beliefs remain lingering in stories, in customs, in the deep memory of the land. If hunger and plague haunted the people of medieval Scotland, winter itself was their constant adversary. Each year it came like an uninvited guest, cold and merciless, sweeping across the glens, with winds that cut to the bone and snow that buried fields and paths alike. For those who lived in fragile huts of stone and thatch, winter was not a season of rest, but of battle. One fought not with swords, but with fire, food, and endurance. Imagine a valley in January. The river lies frozen, its surface hard as glass, while drifts of snow pile against the walls of crofts. Smoke rises thin and uncertain from chimneys, proof that a fire still burns within, though perhaps weakly. Inside, families crowd close to the hearth, wrapped in rough wool, their breath visible in the cold air. The fire is life, the thin line between survival and death, fed with peat, cut from bogs and stacked carefully through the summer. When the stack dwindled too soon, desperation set in families, burning anything they could find, old tools, broken furniture, even the thatch of their own roofs. Food, too, was a constant worry. Stores that seemed ample in autumn grew meager by midwinter. Barrels of grain ran low roots, shriveled in the pits, dried meat long since consumed. Meals became smaller, weaker, more desperate. A bannock was divided into thinner slices, broth stretched with whatever scraps could be found. Children cried in the night from hunger, their frail voices mingling with the howl of the wind. The weak often did not survive, and families carried their dead to frozen ground, burying them beneath snow while prayers hung heavy in the air. For the body winter was punishment. Frostbitten fingers and toes, chapped skin lungs, raw from breathing air, colder than stone. Illness thrived in the cramped huts, cough spreading quickly, fevers rising. There were no doctors, only herbs and prayers, and often neither was enough. The elderly, weakened children, sickened mothers, labored under exhaustion. Every breath felt like defiance each day, endured a victory. And yet, even within this struggle, the people found small ways to endure. Songs lifted spirits, their melodies carrying warmth when fires could not. Stories were told by the hearth legends of saints and heroes who had faced trials, greater still. Neighbors, though, often wary in times of feud, sometimes shared what little they had, a gesture of compassion that shone brightly against the darkness. Faith gave solace, the promise that earthly suffering was but a passage, a trial that heaven would reward. Picture a croft at dusk, the snow pressing heavily on its roof. Inside, a family gathers. The father feeds the fire with the last of the peat. The mother stirs a thin pot of broth. The children huddle together under a single wool blanket. Outside, the world is white and silent, but within, the flicker of firelight paints their faces with fragile hope. For a moment, hunger and cold fade into the rhythm of a lullaby, a soft voice rising against the storm. The toll of winter was not only physical, but spiritual. It tested faith, strained patience, pushed hearts toward despair, but it also forged resilience. To survive a Scottish winter was to prove one's strength, to emerge with a harder spirit and a deeper bond to clan and kin. Every spring that followed was more precious because of it. Every green shoot, a reminder that life endured even when all seemed lost. And so winter, cruel though it was, became part of the identity of the people. It was their enemy and their teacher, shaping them into survivors, binding them to their land with threads of hardship. They endured the cold, not because they had choice, but because endurance itself was their inheritance, passed down like the stubborn strength of the mountains around them. For the people of medieval Scotland, hardship was not a passing trial, but the very shape of life. Hunger, plague, and winter carved scars on the body, but the deeper wounds were carried in the heart. To bury a child, to watch a loved one waste away, to wake each day knowing survival was never certain. These were griefs so common that they became part of the fabric of existence. And yet from this grief grew a resilience that remains one of Scotland's most enduring legacies. Imagine a mother kneeling in the cold earth, laying a stone upon a small mound that marks her child's grave. She whispers a prayer, her voice thin against the wind. Around her, others stand in silence, each carrying their own memories of loss. In this shared sorrow, there is both devastation and solidarity, for no family was spared. Death was not an intruder, but a neighbor present at every feast, every harvest, every season of joy. The psychological toll was immense. Fear gnawed at minds, as hunger gnawed at bodies. Each cough could spark dread of plagues, return each failed harvest a spiral into despair. Men worn by toil and grief sometimes fell silent, their spirits crushed long before their bodies failed. Women burdened by endless labor and loss carried grief in their eyes, even as they sang lullabies. Children grew up quickly, their games cut short by chores, their laughter shadowed by the knowledge that death lingered close. And yet, within this endless cycle of hardship, there was also strength. Resilience was not celebrated in grand speeches or songs of glory. It was lived quietly, day after day. A father rising to mend a plow even after burying his son. A widow tending her field alone, refusing to surrender to despair. Families gathering to share the last scraps of food, bound by love, even when hope was thin. These small acts of endurance repeated across centuries were the true heroism of medieval Scotland. Faith gave comfort, though not always peace. Priests spoke of heaven, of suffering, as a test that would be rewarded. The church bells tolled not only for the dead, but also for the living, calling them to remember that their grief was seen by God. Whether these words soothed or deepened despair depended on the heart that heard them. Yet for many, the promise of reunion beyond death was enough to carry them through another day. Stories also softened the weight of grief. Around the hearth, bards spoke of heroes who endured trials greater than any mortal of saints, who carried burdens with grace of ancestors, who had faced famine and plague, and still survived. In hearing these tales, people placed their own suffering into a larger story, one that stretched backward and forward, reminding them they were not alone. Picture a winter evening in a small croft. Outside, the snow lies heavy, the wind moans against the stones. Inside, the family sits close, the fire burning low. They have lost much this year. A child, a cousin, a neighbor, but tonight they share a simple meal, the warmth of one another's presence, a fragile shield against despair. A grandmother begins a song, her voice quavering, but steady, carrying words older than memory. Slowly, others join in their voices, weaving together until the small room is filled with something stronger than grief. The sound of survival of life, refusing to surrender for all its brutality. Hardship did not extinguish the spirit of the Scots, it tempered it, for it made it unyielding as stone. The grief of generations became the resilience of a people carried forward not with fanfare but with quiet endurance. And though famine, plague, and winter returned again and again, so too did the people rising, with each spring carrying their sorrow, yet also their strength. In medieval Scotland, language was more than a means of speech. It was the vessel of memory, the bond of kinship, the very soul of a people. In the Highlands, Gaelic flowed from lips like the water from the burns, carrying with it the weight of centuries. To speak, it was to declare belonging, to mark oneself as part of the clan and the land that sustained it. Words shaped identity as surely as swords shaped destiny. Imagine a gathering in a smoky hall, the chief seated at the head of the fire. A bard steps forward, harp in hand, and begins to sing in Gaelic. The words roll like music, rich and ancient, each phrase binding the listeners to their history. He recounts battles, names ancestors, praises courage. Children sit wide-eyed, their ears catching rhythms they do not yet understand, but which will one day guide. Gaelic was not merely the speech of warriors and chiefs, it was the keeper of stories. Genealogies were recited aloud, unbroken lines stretching back to mythic forebears. Myths and sagas were told by firesides of warriors blessed by saints, of spirits haunting glens, of battles fought in the mists of time. To lose these tales was unthinkable, for they gave meaning to hardship, taught lessons of loyalty and honor, and carried the pride of clan into each new generation. Yet even as Gaelic flourished in the Highlands, the lowlands spoke another tongue. Scots born from Old English, mingled with Norse and French. This created a divide as sharp as any mountain ridge. In the south and east, where trade with England was strong, Scots grew in dominance. In the north and west, Gaelic remained the heart's language, spoken in crofts, sung in songs, prayed in whispered devotions. The land itself seemed split in two by its words. This linguistic divide carried consequences. Kings seeking unity often favored Scots or Latin in official documents, pushing Gaelic to the margins. To Highlanders, this was more than politics. It was a slight against their identity, a reminder that their tongue, though rich and old, was dismissed as lesser, and yet they clung to it all the more fiercely. Each lullaby sung, each prayer whispered in Gaelic became an act of quiet defiance, a way of saying we endure. Language was also a bridge to the sacred. Many prayers were spoken in Latin. The church's tongue, foreign yet powerful, believed to hold magic in its syllables. But when those prayers were explained in Gaelic, they touched the heart more deeply. A mother teaching her child the Paternoster in Gaelic gave not only words, but comfort, binding faith to the intimacy of family speech. Picture a Highland glen at dusk. The day's work is done, the cattle gathered, the fire lit. A grandfather tells a tale in Gaelic of a hero who fought bravely, his words accompanied by gestures and laughter. The children lean close, repeating phrases, tasting the rhythm of their people's soul. Outside, the wind moves through the heather, carrying the sound across the hills. To any who hear it, is not just speech, but song, the heartbeat of the Highlands. Though centuries would bring change, conquest and suppression, the resilience of Gaelic in these medieval years preserved a culture that might otherwise have vanished. It kept the clans bound to their past, kept stories alive, and ensured that even in the face of hardship, the Highland spirit was spoken, sung, and remembered, for in the end, words were as mighty as swords, and the language of the Highlands carried within it the unbreakable essence of Scotland's soul. If language was the heartbeat of the Highlands, then music was its breath, the sound that filled glens and halls, turning hardship into harmony. In medieval Scotland, music and poetry were not luxuries, but lifelines, weaving memory and meaning into daily life. From the solemn hymns of monasteries to the wild skirl of the bagpipes echoing across the hills, every note carried a story, a prayer, or a defiance. At the heart of this tradition stood the bard. More than a singer, he was historian, storyteller, and keeper of clan honor. With harp or lyre in hand, the bard sang genealogies that stretched into myth, recounting the deeds of chiefs and warriors. His words ensured that no battle, no act of courage, no sacrifice would be forgotten. In his voice, the past lived again, binding listeners to their ancestors, reminding them that they stood in a chain unbroken by time. Picture a smoky hall on a winter's night. The fire burns low, warriors sit with mugs of ale, women mend by lamplight. The bard steps forward, his harp strings catching the glow. He begins softly, the Gaelic words rising like mist, then growing louder, steadier, until the hall hums with shared pride. He tells of cattle raids, fought bravely, of chiefs who stood firm, of battles where enemies fell like rain, faces glow in the firelight, eyes glisten with memory and hope. In that moment, hunger, cold, and grief fade, replaced by the warmth of belonging. But the bard's role was not only to praise, he could shame as well, his songs cutting as sharply as swords. A coward who fled the field, a chief who failed his people, could find himself mocked in verse that spread faster than fire. Such satire was feared more than punishment, for words lived longer than wounds. To be remembered in scorn was a fate worse than death. ensuring that honor was upheld not only by duty, but by the power of the poet's tongue. Music reached beyond halls into fields and glens. Shepherds played simple tunes on whistles, their notes drifting with the wind. Mothers sang lullabies in Gaelic soft words that wrapped children in comfort despite hunger. At festivals, bagpipes wailed their voices, fierce and wild, stirring dancers to stamp and whirl. The pipes carried a song that was both celebration and war cry, capable of lifting joy or summoning courage. To hear them across a misty valley was to feel the pulse of the Highlands itself. The church too shaped music. Monks chanted in Latin voices, blending in sacred harmony that filled abbey halls with a sense of eternity. For peasants who heard such hymns, the sound was awe-inspiring, a glimpse of heaven's beauty breaking into their weary lives. Yet even within monasteries, local melodies slipped into sacred song, the earthbound mixing with the divine. Music became a bridge between body and spirit, hardship and hope. Poetry, like music, was a thread of resilience. Verses were recited by fires carried from glen to glen, memorized by children until they became part of the blood. Some praised warriors, others spoke of love loss or the beauty of the land. In times of famine, poems reminded people of feasts past. In times of plague, they promised endurance. Each word, each rhyme was a defiance against silence, a way of saying we are still here. Imagine a summer gathering, clans assembled under a wide sky. The bard's voice rises above the crowd, his harp ringing. He sings of ancestors who fought and endured, of the land that cradles them, of the hope that burns even in hardship. As the last note fades, the silence that follows is heavy with reverence, as though the land itself has listened. Music and poetry were the lifeblood of evil Scotland's culture. They kept memory alive, bound clans together, and gave voice to the inexpressible. In a world of war and famine, they reminded the people of beauty, of honor, of hope. And long after swords rusted and chiefs faded into legend, the songs remained echoing through time, carrying the spirit of the Highlands into every future generation. Though life in medieval Scotland was harsh, it was not without moments of brightness. Festivals and traditions punctuated the grinding cycle of work and war, giving people time to pause, to gather, to remember that life was more than hunger and hardship. These rituals, both sacred and seasonal, brought communities together. The year began and ended with fire, Beltane Samhain, the turning of October into November, marked another great festival. It was the time when the boundary between the living and the dead was believed to grow thin, when spirits might walk among men. Families left offerings of food at their doors, lit fires to ward off wandering souls, and gathered to tell stories of ancestors. For children it was a night of wonder and fear, of shadow and flickering light, of tales whispered that would linger long after sleep. The church wove its own calendar into this rhythm, layering saints' days, holy feasts upon older traditions. Christmas and Easter were observed with solemnity, yet always accompanied by gatherings, feasting when possible, and the joy of shared worship. Local parishes became centers of celebration, their bells calling people not only to prayer, but to community. A wedding might be timed to coincide with a feast day, blending the sacred with the social, ensuring that joy was multiplied. Harvest festivals were perhaps the most vital, when crops were safely gathered and barns filled, relief mingled with thanksgiving. Even in lean years, families tried to share what little they could. Fresh Bannock's ale, brewed strong, perhaps a slaughtered animal. Music and dance carried into the night, the air filled with the sound of bagpipes, fiddles, and laughter. For a brief span, hunger loosened its grip, and the people tasted not only food but hope. Marriage itself was a tradition heavy with ritual. A bride might wear shoes for the first time in her life, simple leather that marked the importance of the day. Hand fasting, tying the hands of bride and groom with a strip of cloth, symbolized the binding of their lives. Guests showered them with blessings and gifts, often practical ones, wool, food, or tools, items that would help them endure the years ahead. Though often arranged for alliance rather than love weddings, were still moments of joy, woven deeply into the life of the clan. Even funerals, though solemn, carried a communal rhythm. The dead were mourned with wails and songs, their lives recited by elders and bards. Neighbors joined to dig graves, to bear bodies, to share the weight of loss. In grief as in joy, the community stood together for survival. Such a land depended on unity. Imagine a summer evening in a Highland glen. The harvest is in, and villagers gather in a circle, the bonfire blazing. Children chase one another through the grass. Women sing as they dance. Men clap and stamp their feet in rhythm to the pipes. The night is filled with warmth and light. The stars above, listening silently, For that night, fear is forgotten, hardship set aside. Life is celebrated in its fullness, fragile but fierce. These festivals and traditions were more than diversions. They were acts of survival for the spirit. They gave shape to the year-lifted, weary hearts and reminded the people that even in the hardest of times, joy was still possible. The rhythm of communal life, marked by fire, feast, and faith, carried Scotland through its darkest days, leaving a legacy of resilience that still lingers in the land. In a world often defined by hunger and conflict, beauty might seem like a rarity. Yet even in medieval Scotland, where survival was a daily struggle, people carved time and skill into objects that carried meaning far beyond their utility. Art was not confined to palaces or cathedrals. It lived in the weaving of cloth, the carving of wood, the delicate work of hands that sought to shape not only tools for life, but symbols for memory. Imagine a woman seated by the hearth, spindle in hand. She spins wool into thread, her fingers moving with practiced ease. Later she will weave it into cloth, not only sturdy enough to withstand harsh winters, but patterned with colors that speak of her clan. Each thread carries history, each tartan tells a story. The cloth will warm bodies, yes, but it will also bind identity, wrapping the wearer in heritage as surely as in wool. Blacksmiths too brought artistry into the ordinary. Their forges glowed in the dark, the hammer's ring carrying across the glen. From iron, they shaped not only weapons and tools, but hinges, clasps, and ornaments. A brooch fastening a cloak might be simple, yet it often bore intricate designs, spirals echoing Celtic art, symbols of protection or eternity. These small touches of beauty, hidden in daily wear, reminded people that life was more than labor and fear. Wood carvers etched patterns into cups and bowls, giving even the simplest vessel character. Stone masons left marks in walls and chapels, their hands shaping permanence from rough rock. In churches, sacred objects were adorned with care crosses, studded with gems, chalices polished till they gleamed, manuscripts decorated with brilliant inks. The illuminated pages of the monks were works of devotion, golden letters, glowing like stars against parchment. Not all art was material. Songs, dances, and oral tales were forms of artistry that needed no tools but memory and voice. These were performed at festivals and gatherings, their rhythms carrying joy and sorrow alike. In the soft glow of firelight, stories were not just told, they were lived again, each word, painting pictures brighter than any brush. Even the landscape was shaped with artistry. Stone towers rose in the Highlands, not merely as fortresses, but as symbols of strength and presence. Bridges arched across rivers with a grace that blended with nature. Crosses carved into standing stones linked pagan past to Christian present, symbols both ancient and new standing side by side. But perhaps the most profound artistry was found in how people infused beauty into survival itself. A bannock baked fresh and marked with a cross before cooking, both for luck and flavor. A cradle carved with protective symbols meant to guard a child against unseen dangers. A love token, a simple ring or carved piece of bone exchanged in secrecy where marriages were arranged, but hearts still yearned. These small gestures carried as much meaning as crowns or castles because they spoke of humanity, of hope, of care, even in the face of hardship. Picture a Highland croft at dusk. The family eats from wooden bowls, carved by a father. The children wear cloaks woven by their mother. On the wall hangs a cross made from simple wood, smoothed by hands that believed in its power. Nothing here is grand, nothing gilded, yet everything carries the mark of artistry, of effort, of a people who refuse to let their lives be stripped of beauty. In these creations, both humble and sacred, the Scots left a legacy. They told the world that even in an age of famine and war, they still sought to craft, to sing, to weave meaning into their existence. Beauty was not an escape from hardship, but a companion to it, a quiet declaration that life was worth shaping, worth remembering. The people of medieval Scotland lived lives short, harsh, and filled with struggle, yet what they carried forward was more enduring than famine or feud. Their legacy was not only in stone castles or in battles fought, but in memory, in the spirit that shaped generations to come. For though the centuries turned, the imprint of their world remained carved into language, song, tradition, and the very character of the land. Every clan story, passed from bard to child, became a strand in the tapestry of identity. Even when names were forgotten, the values lingered: loyalty, courage, the fierce defense of kin. These ideals outlasted wars and plagues, traveling across time as surely as they traveled across glens. A shepherd whispering a lullaby to his child, a grandmother retelling tales by the fire. These were acts of preservation, ensuring that even when bodies perished, memory endured. Language, too, became a legacy. Though Gaelic would face centuries of suppression, its survival in the Highlands testified to the determination of a people to hold fast to their soul. Words spoken in soft cadence carried the past into the present, resisting erasure. Even in the lowlands, where Scots grew strong, the richness of expression carried echoes of ancient tongues. Each language preserved the spirit of its speakers, like bells holding the essence of who they were. Religion left its mark as well. The great abbeys may now stand as ruins, their cloisters broken and open too. The scars of hardship themselves became part of the legacy. The Scots learned from famine and plague, a resilience that shaped their descendants. Each generation inherited not only grief but endurance, the quiet will to serve against all. When later truth brought upheaval and reformation, clearances exiled the people endured because their ancestors had already carved resilience into their bones. And beyond Scotland itself, the legacy traveled. Families driven from glens by war or hunger carried their songs, their words, their stubborn spirit across the seas. In distant lands, echoes of medieval Scotland lived on in the cadence of speech, in the weaving of tartans, in the music of pipes, played at gatherings far from their birthplace. The legacy was not bound by borders. It became a gift to the world. Imagine a Highland ruin, today's stone walls, standing against wind and rain. Grass grows where once fires burned birds' nest, where once warriors gathered. Yet if you listen closely, you might hear something more. The Fa, the true legacy of medieval Scotland, lies not only in its heroes, though names like Wallace and Bruce endure, but in its ordinary folk, those who endured without recognition, the farmers who tilled rocky soil, the mothers who sang lullabies against hunger, the children who laughed despite fear. Their lives humble, though they seemed, were the foundation of everything that came after. And so the people of medieval Scotland gave more than they knew. They passed forward strength, language, song, faith, and resilience. They left behind a spirit that endures in every echo of pipes, every thread of tartan, every story told by firelight. Their hardships did not end with them, but neither did their hope. It became the gift of memory, a legacy as stubborn and enduring as the Highlands themselves. The memory of medieval Scotland is more than history. It is myth, woven into story and legend, until the two are inseparable. For the people of the Highlands and Lowlands alike, memory was not only about recording what happened, but about shaping how it was remembered. Through tale and song, their struggles became epics. Their hardships became proof of endurance, and their very existence became a kind of defiance against the oblivion of time. Bards carried these myths, but so too did families. Around hearths, children heard tales of warriors who fought with supernatural strength, of chiefs who stood unbroken against armies of saints, whose prayers turned aside storms. These stories may have been embellished, but they carried truths deeper than facts, that Scotland was a land of resilience, that its people stood firm against hardship, and that to be part of this land was to inherit its strength. Some myths were born of battles. Bannockburn, already a victory, became in memory a miracle. William Wallace, whose life ended in defeat, became in song a hero, larger than life. Their stories lived long after the details blurred, carried in the pride of a people who needed reminders of courage when times grew dark again. The line between man and legend blurred, but perhaps that was the point. What mattered was not accuracy, but inspiration. Other myths spoke of the land itself. Lochs were said to hide monsters' glens, to echo with spirits, stones to bear the weight of ancient curses or blessings. The natural world was alive with meaning, infused with both fear and reverence. To walk through a Highland glen was to walk not only through earth and grass, but through memory and myth, layered upon one another. The land itself became a storyteller, whispering through wind and water. This cultural memory gave identity not only to individuals, but to clans and to Scotland as a whole. To belong to a clan was to inherit its story, its triumphs, its feuds, its place in the long weave of history. Even when clans were broken, their names scattered, the memory endured. To call oneself a MacDonald, a Campbell, a MacGregor, was to carry centuries in a single word. For the common folk who left behind no written record, this memory was their immortality. They lived on in the stories told by their descendants, in the values carried forward in the land itself that bore the marks of their toil. A field cleared of stones, a cairn raised on a hill, a song remembered in a family line, all were fragments of immortality, proof that even the poorest peasant left a mark. Imagine standing on a hillside at dusk, the ruins of a castle silhouetted against the fading light. Below, the glen stretches silent, dotted with sheep. Yet in that silence the echoes stir, the clash of steel, the wail of pipe, the laughter of children. It is as though the land remembers, as though every stone and tree carries memory within it. For those who walk there now, the past feels not gone, but waiting just beneath the surface. This endurance of identity, is perhaps Scotland's greatest legacy, for though centuries of conquest, famine, and suppression sought to erase it, the cultural memory survived. Language was silenced, yet spoken still in hidden places. Traditions were outlawed, yet carried forward in secret. Stories were forbidden, yet whispered at night. The resilience of identity became itself a myth, a story of survival stronger than any sword. And so medieval Scotland lives on, not in perfect record or in untouched ruin, but in the spirit carried by memory, myth, and identity. It is a reminder that even in the darkest centuries, people do more than endure. They create, they remember, they pass forward a flame that refuses to die. That flame is Scotland's enduring gift, burning still in the hearts of her descendants, in every echo of the past that whispers through the Highlands. As our long wandering through medieval Scotland draws to a close, the echoes of its past still linger in the mind. We have walked among clans bound by blood and honor, seen the daily struggles of peasants, bent beneath the weight of labor, and felt the shadow of the church reaching into every corner of life. We have watched warriors rise with swords, flashing in mist, and bards sing of deeds that outlived their doers. We have tasted the bitterness of hunger, heard the silence left by plague, and endured the bite of endless winters. And through it all, we have seen not only brutality, but resilience and endurance that shaped a people and a land alike. Medieval Scotland was not a world of ease. It was a place where life could be taken in an instant, where hardship pressed close, and where death was a familiar companion. Yet it was also a world of firelit gatherings, of songs carried on the wind, of festivals where laughter rose above hunger. It was a land where language preserved memory, where myths gave courage, and where even the poorest left behind legacies in story and stone. What remains is not only history, but spirit. The people of that time endured suffering we can scarcely imagine, but in their endurance they carved something eternal. Their struggles shaped the soul of Scotland. Their resilience became its heritage, and their stories woven into language, song, and tradition still flicker like a flame carried across centuries. And so as you rest now, let your mind drift with those echoes. Hear the bagpipes over the glens. See the bonfires burning on hills. Feel the resilience that endured through famine, feud, and faith. Scotland's story is not only of hardship, but of survival, and survival, in the end, is its greatest triumph.